never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Close out a Monday, open things up here on a Tuesday. We're talking 9th day of February for 2021. Hope your week's off to a good start. We're 1 week in after the groundhog stuck his head out of the hole last Tuesday morning, as you well recall, prognosticating 6 more weeks of winter. And I think old Punxsutawney Phil got it right this time around, because we've had a very busy weather pattern, and we've got another night of disrupted travel sweeping through parts of the Midwest, the Ohio Valley, and on up into the Northeast once again. There's been this band of, I guess you'd call it, enhanced snowfall. It's been falling in southwest Ohio for the last several hours. It's gradually beginning to drop further south, impacting areas of northern Kentucky. We've got a number of winter weather advisories and actually winter storm warnings in place here for parts of southwest Ohio. We're probably looking at some of the, this is probably going to ultimately be the biggest individual snowfall we have seen thus far this winter. Now, there's a lot of other areas that have seen a whole lot more than what we've seen, but we're talking 3 to 5 inches on the ground when all is said and done in this region. So as we speak, roads are a mess in and around this town. I just heard from dispatch that I-75 northbound coming into the city of Cincinnati, they call it the cut in the hill. You get toward the bottom of the hill, the 2nd Street exit there in northern Kentucky. Numerous vehicles off the road, hazard flashers on, stuck in the ditch and things of that nature. So I believe they're in the process. I don't know if they've shut it down yet or not. But Hamilton County Sheriff's Office has declared a level 1 snow emergency. Now, it's kind of the lowest on the level. You got level 1, level 2, level 3, but this is just to let people know roads are hazardous. One law enforcement officer said the roads are all jacked up. Yes, indeed they are. Blowing and drifting snow, could be icy. So if you have to drive at this point, obviously use extreme caution, they tell us. But at this point, things aren't shut down per se. You get to level 2 and level 3 sort of emergencies. Level 3 is when they get up to no one should be driving unless it's absolutely necessary kind of thing. So, all right. Elsewhere in the region, I mentioned northern Kentucky, they're also under a level 1 snow emergency as of 11 o'clock here. About an hour ago, they kicked that in. Fort Mitchell, level 1 snow emergency. Taylor Mill, Lakeside, Cold Springs, they're all pretty much level 1 snow emergencies. So, we've got a kind of a mess in this region of the country. Now, let me flip back over to the bigger picture, the radar scene, and I'll zoom out a little bit. We got light snow stretching all the way up into north central Pennsylvania. Now, that light band of snow stretching all the way down to Pittsburgh, on over, looks like Columbus, Ohio, beginning to see some of the lighter snow. You're just under a winter weather advisory, 1 to maybe up to 3 inches of snow in the Columbus area. But suffice it to say, I-70 from Cincinnati, or 71 from Cincinnati, Columbus, then 70 from Columbus all the way over to, say Wheeling. You're in the snow, but the heaviest snow is south central Ohio and southwestern Ohio. Snows then continue back in through southern Indiana, reaching all the way back into St. Louis. So a little bit of snow, light snow falling all the way up into even Springfield, Illinois. That's our next quick hitter of a snowstorm. But right on the heels of this, we're going to have yet another system coming in like Wednesday into Thursday. This busy weather pattern we've seen has no end in sight. So Old Man Winter seems to be trying to make up for last winter's snow drought, especially for our friends in the Northeast. An onslaught of seemingly never-ending storms. Now, this latest is going to deposit more snow and slippery travel from the Midwest to the Northeast. Then an even harder-hitting, longer-duration winter storm is going to follow right on the heels of this one. So what's fueling the parade of storms? Well, it's obviously the Arctic air mass that has settled into the northern portions of the Midwest and the interior Northeast in recent days. Temperatures in some parts of Minnesota, believe it or not, plunged to 40 below zero this past morning, Monday morning. 40 below. Wow. Snowfall from this first system started creating some slippery travel across portions of eastern Kansas, northern portions of Missouri, southeastern Iowa, on over into northern Illinois, northern Indiana, and the southern tier of Michigan early on Monday. This is the forecast that snow that's going to overspread parts of the central Appalachians, the eastern Great Lakes through the overnight hours tonight. This is luckily a quick-moving system. So snow in most areas for the Midwest and the Northeast through Tuesday. Snow is all going to come down in a rather quick 8 to 12-hour period, window of opportunity. And, of course, along the system's northern edge, snow may start and stop a few times. You'll think it's over, and then you get another band to come through. So even if only a few inches fall in places, it's going to be enough to accumulate on the roads. We're going to see tricky and slower travel. A general 1 to 3 inches along much of I-70, 80, and 90 corridors from the Midwest to the central Appalachians. Some locally higher amounts in the 3 to 6 inch range Now, this light to moderate snow impacting from Chicago to Detroit, to Indianapolis, to Cleveland, Pittsburgh, New York City, and, of course, Cincinnati. Over toward the East Coast, where the storm's going to then tap into some of the moisture from the Atlantic and begin to strengthen. You'll be looking at a general 3 to 6 inch snowfall for central and southeastern parts of New England, southeastern New York State, and northern PA, as well as parts of northern New Jersey. Could see some totals with this storm approaching 12 inches again. Now, areas right along the Ohio River, as well as parts of central Maryland, southeastern Pennsylvania, central New Jersey, Long Island, Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket. You're going to be on the southern edge of the snow area versus the northern edge of the rain area with this storm. So that means you may see a combination of both forms of precip, as well as some sleet and maybe even some freezing rain. Following this dose of wintry weather, then, yet another round arrives by midweek. I mean, right on the heels. That second storm will then sweep from the central plains into the northeast later this week, with yet a third storm potentially brewing for next weekend. According to AccuWeather, and if you're running low on ice melting materials, salt and whatnot, use the days in which the snow doesn't fall to go out and get some more, because you're going to be needing that. All right, the storm that affected the mid-Atlantic and New England areas this past weekend dropped 14 inches of snow in Rhode Island. 6 to 12 inches were common from parts of northern Virginia to southeastern New England. This, of course, is kind of pale in comparison to the 1 to 3 feet of snow that fell in parts of the mid-Atlantic and New England a few days earlier with that blockbuster storm, where Allentown, Pennsylvania picked up 27.3 inches of snow. That's February 1st and 2nd. All right, Philadelphia picked up 1.7 inches of snow with Sunday's storm. Your numbers are really beginning to add up. You've seen 16.6 inches so far this winter. That's more than the normal snow for the winter to date back of 12.4 inches. Nearby suburbs to the north of Philadelphia buried under some heavier snow. Sunday's storm, Buckingham Township picked up 10.3 inches out of that particular storm. So, all right, so we'll be looking at, we'll give you more on yet the next system that's going to begin to come together probably by later Tuesday into Wednesday in the central states, again sweeping to the east. Of course, then we're all contending with the bitterly cold air, and each of these storms is kind of bringing a reinforcing shot of Arctic air. By the time we get to next weekend, nighttime temperatures will dip well below zero over the northern tier of the Northeast, some sub-zero readings even down to the central Appalachians, perhaps low single-digit temperatures in some of the suburbs of our major mid-Atlantic and southern New England cities as the cold air continues to sweep in. So, all right, you can always give us updates, what's going on out there on the roadways at our toll-free number, 844-844-3388. I do know this next storm system, right on the heels of the one we're talking about this evening, may bring another one of those foot of snow sort of scenarios to parts of the Northeast. New York City may be on tap for another blockbuster kind of storm. All right, into some of the industry headlines, see what we have going on here. 31 cows killed in an accident involving an elk in the roadway in Idaho. This happened Friday. About 6 o'clock in the morning, according to the East Idaho News, 29-year-old Jeffrey Nichols was hauling livestock east on U.S. Highway 30 when he struck an elk in the roadway. That collision sent the rig veering off the road before it overturned on the left shoulder. Of the 90 cattle in the trailer, 31 were actually killed in the wreck. Luckily, Nichols was not injured in the incident, but this blocked a portion of US 30 for about 6 hours as they worked to clear the wreck. Then next on the agenda, kindness. Kindness toward those around you is not just reserved for fellow truck drivers while out there on the road. Sometimes motorists need a little hand too. And that's where this particular kind of heartwarming trucker story came into play. From the CDL Life app, user James T. recently took to the app to share a story of helping those around you, whether they're a truck driver or not. A little kindness goes a long way, whether or not the person is a driver, says James. But he said, yesterday morning, before I picked up my load, there was a lady at the Loves in her little hatchback car. Yeah, it looked like she's been living out of the vehicle. Her back tire was flat, snow and ice built up around the fenders, everything. I told her if she could wait for about 3 hours, I'd be back to help her out. Well, I went, got my load, came back. She was still there waiting for me. He then went on to explain how we helped air the tire back up for free, bought her some gas, some extra coolant, some oil, and got her some food for the road. Then when she wasn't looking, I slipped two $50 bills in her purse, he said. He said, at one point in my life, I was in her exact place. I had a job, but I was living out of my Ford F-150 pickup truck. I did it because I'm that type of person. I'll help out somebody if I can, if they need it. And some of the fellow users of the app, of course, saying, yeah, great job. You're a good man, James. Great job to the trucking family. Keep up the good work. All right, then I guess we've got back-to-back kind of heartwarming stories to start a Tuesday here. Another truck driver being thanked for his life-saving actions after he helped a woman who was trapped in her car for hours after crashing in the wintry weather. John Bedard drives for Poland Spring. He noticed a single car crash while he was driving near Ed's Grove Discount Warehouse up in Maine. Another passerby had already stopped to help, but he pulled over to join in. Now, he said, I normally take a different route, but something made me go a different way on this particular morning. But when he came upon the woman's car, it was well off the main road, frosted over. I'd say it'd probably been there before the midnight hour. And we're up to 4:45 a.m. this past Friday, at which point they did call emergency crews. Bedard and the other good Samaritan stayed with the driver, covered her in warm clothes until the first responders arrived. And according to the post from the first responders, the Goodwins Mills Fire Rescue, they placed a post on social media that we'd like to thank the two men, one of whom works for Poland Springs, who literally gave the occupant the coats off their backs and the gloves off their hands. They called for help and stayed with first responders until they arrived. It's people like these two that make Maine a good place to live and restore our faith in humanity. Yes, there are still some good people out there, right? Goodwins Mills Fire Chief said the driver of the car could have been trapped there for upwards of 8 hours. It's good to know that she's okay. That's the whole thing. We were at the right place at the right time. If those two individuals hadn't stopped with the condition of the weather and not knowing if anyone would have even seen her until daylight, it could have been a much different ending. All right, a couple of our industry headlines as we make our way into a Tuesday morning. As always, it's 844-844-3388. We've got a lot to cover as we get the new day underway. Let's start with a few announcements. I've been informed that coming up this Friday, we'll have a special guest on the program. And that would be none other than one Chris Gabrelchik. Yeah, kind of the reason we're here right now. Me behind the microphone and you out there listening to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Chris has agreed to join us Now, he'll be checking in via telephone because he's actually enjoying some time. He's playing the snowbird thing, spending his time in the deep south, enjoying the warmer weather. Picked a good year to do that, Chris. A lot of snow. But yeah, he's going to join us, and he said he'll be happy to come on, spend some time with us. He said, if you want me for 5 hours, I'll stay for 5 hours. So this will be like your first opportunity since we debuted the program back on January the 11th to maybe talk with Chris. I know many of you will probably want to call and say, yeah, thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for the show. But as always, Chris, the technician, the expert that he is, the lubrication specialist, if you've got questions about, obviously, his products, you've got some other issues, he's always happy to take those kind of calls and help people out. So that'll be coming up on Friday morning right here on the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Now, of course, we're into a Tuesday now. You got a couple days left. Get registered. You go to overnightdriveradio.com. Go to the website, and you can click on contests there. And grand prize coming up once again this Friday will be our Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headset, which I have before me. Second prize, runner-up, I guess you call it. Runner-up gets the Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. All right, before we get to your calls here, let me jump over to this one. I've always said I'm not the big tech guy. There's very limited knowledge when it comes to modern technology, but a lot of people have. I know people that have dozens and dozens of apps downloaded on the phone. It seems like there's an app for everything. I believe I'll have an app to download on my phone here in a few days or weeks, which that'll be the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive app, which I know many of you were kind of anxiously anticipating. But this particular case, there's an app where I know people, and I know some people that actually have these barcode apps. You can go into a store. Now, I think some stores, I know there's a download for Macy's. You can go in, if you go to a Macy's store, you can download the app that you can go through anything, scan the barcode, and see what the price is without having to go find one of those price checker things that some stores have. There's all kinds of different barcode scanners. This particular barcode scanner with more than 10 million downloads from Google Play, they tell us has been caught receiving an upgrade that turned it to the dark side, prompting the search and advertising giant to remove it. Barcode Scanner, I guess is what it's called. Barcode Scanner, one of dozens of these sort of apps available in the official Google app repository, started its life as a legitimate offering. But apparently in late December, researchers with the security firm Malwarebytes began receiving messages from customers complaining that ads were opening out of nowhere on their default browser. Well, one update is all it takes, they tell us. Malwarebytes mobile malware researcher Nathan Collier at first said he was kind of puzzled. None of the customers had recently installed any apps, and all the apps they had already installed came from Play, a market that, despite its long history of admitting some malicious apps, remains safer than most third-party sites, they said. Eventually, Collier identified the culprit as the barcode scanner. Apparently, an update that was delivered in December included code that was responsible for the bombardment of these ads. Now, he said it's kind of frightening that with one update, an app can turn malicious while going under the radar of Google Play. They've got the Google Play Protect. It's baffling to me that an app developer with a popular app would turn it into malware. Was this the scheme all along, to have the app lie dormant? just waiting to strike after it reaches popularity. Now, Collier said that adware is often the result of third-party software development kits, which developers use to kind of monetize their apps that are available for free. Some of these SDKs, unbeknownst to developers, end up pushing the limits, as Collier was able to establish from the code itself and a digital certificate that digitally signed it. The malicious behavior was the result of changes actually made by the developer. So Google removed the app after Collier privately notified the company. So far, however, Google has yet to use their Google Play Protect tool to remove the app from devices that already had installed this. That means you would have to remove the app yourselves. Now, Google representatives declined to say if the Protect feature did or didn't remove the malicious barcode scanners. They also emailed the developer of the app to ask for comment for this particular story, but they say they've had no response. But anyone who has a barcode scanner installed on an Android device should inspect it to see if it's the one that Collier had identified, the MD5 hash digest. Now, it's got a big code there, which you'd never be able to remember on the program, but the package name is QR code scanner dot barcode scanner. The usual advice about Android apps applies here. People should install the apps only when they provide true benefit, like you really need it, and then only after reading some reader reviews or user reviews and permissions that might be required. People who don't have an installed app in more than 6 months should also strongly consider removing it. All right. Unfortunately, in this case, they say following this advice would fail to have protected many of the barcode scanner users. So, again, they say if you have apps installed on your device or your phone and you're not using them, if it just sits there on your system for 6 months, their advice is delete the app. But so for the longest time, I guess there was no problem with this particular app, but then you got an update. Hey, here's an update for you. Took you to the dark side. Our number is 844-844-3388. Well, good morning, Mr. Horse Feathers. What's happening?
Morning, Your Honor.
Hey there.
Hello.
Yep, I got you. You got me?
Hello.
He's on mute or
Hello.
something. Yeah, I can hear you, but you can't hear me. All right, try us back, Horse Feathers. Yeah. Up, he must be on mute or something. Dial us back up, 26 past the hour. Sorry about that. I mentioned winter weather advisories, some winter storm warnings in place, stretching all the way from northeastern Oklahoma, northern Arkansas, southern Missouri, southern Illinois, southern Indiana. You've got that little block, about a dozen counties from the southeastern tip of Indiana, southwest Ohio, south central Ohio, that are actually under winter storm warnings. From there, winter weather advisories extend all the way up to southeastern Ohio, northern West Virginia, then a line stretching from southwest to northeast Pennsylvania, southern New York, and on up to much of Massachusetts, southern Vermont, southern New Hampshire. This is our latest kind of quick hitter of a storm, which is going to drop in most areas 1 to 3 inches of snow in that winter storm warning area. They're saying 3 to 5. Some you could even see some 6-inch totals if you get under that enhanced band of snowfall there. All right, with that, we'll get your calls coming up here. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Lots of other industry headlines we'll get to momentarily. Again, want to jump on board? It's 844-844-3388. You can also send us text messages to that same number. And maybe if you've got like some road report, something you want to update us on. If there's anyone that wants to call the program, yeah, appreciate those updates. I know we've got some real messy travel conditions again to parts of the Midwest and the Ohio Valley this morning. Based on what I've been seeing on the radar, there's going to be a stretch of 71 between Cincinnati and Columbus. It's probably pretty treacherous. Obviously, the state plows and the local jurisdictions are all out doing their best to get things cleaned up in this region of the country. First, a rather disturbing story here in the, well, we call it the post-September 11 world. Remember, shortly after the September 11 attacks, when back in the days when we were all being told to have plastic sheeting under our beds and duct tape in the event that there was some sort of a chemical attack, that we could get a safe room and tape everything. You remember that, the website ready.gov, and they came up with the color coding about the terror threat levels. And there were concerns about potential attacks on our power grid, attacks on the water supply. It could be anything. Attacks on the food supply chain. And the list went on and on and on. You know, the description of a terrorist is someone who wants to make you live in fear. They want to terrorize you. Now, we're not exactly sure just yet. Was it a terror attack? Was it a local? The story out of Oldsmar, Florida, a hacker gaining access to the water treatment plant there, bumping what they call the sodium hydrochloride in the water to a dangerous level, according to the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. In a press conference this past day, he said deputies, along with the FBI and the U.S. Secret Service, are investigating the breach. It's not clear if this came from inside the United States or possibly from a foreign actor, a foreign country. Now, this occurred on February 5th, 4 days ago, at the city's water treatment plant when around 8 o'clock in the morning, they say an operator noticed someone had remotely entered the computer system, the system that he was monitoring. It's a system responsible for controlling the chemicals and other operations of the water treatment plant. Now, at first, the operator didn't think much of the action due to the common use of what they call remote access software by supervisors where they can troubleshoot from different locations. That wasn't until it happened again. At this time, the sheriff said the hacker did more than just a remote in. According to the sheriff, the hacker spent up to 5 minutes in the system and adjusted the amount of sodium hydroxide in the water from 100 parts per million to 11,100 parts per million. That would be a significant, potentially dangerous increase. Sodium hydroxide, also known as lye, is the main ingredient in liquid drain cleaners. Ooh. Now, the operator immediately reduced the levels back to the appropriate amount, and at no time, they say, was there a significant adverse effect on the water being treated. But even if the operator did not notice the intrusion, according to the sheriff and the city manager, they all said there are several fail-safes and alarm systems that are in place to flag that sort of scenario. Now, they reinforced that at no time was the public in danger, but the important thing is we're wanting to put everyone on notice. And I think that's really the purpose of today, is to make sure everyone realizes that there are some bad actors out there. And obviously, again, the investigation is underway. Was this a one-off isolated event? Is this an outside actor? It's just kind of testing with maybe this system. The word going out, I would anticipate bulletins around the country, especially like water treatment operators, be paying close attention for any sort of outside intrusions. But if they had not caught this and the fail-safes had not worked, this caustic substance could have caused some major issues to the city's drinking water supply. I have no idea when it comes to sodium hydroxide what like a lethal level, what the content parts per million would be in like a drain cleaner. But that stuff's very, very caustic, very, very nasty. So there you go. You've been advised. With that, it's 844-844-3388. I thought we had Double R on the line. Looks like he may have lost his cell. Well, let's see if we can get Horse Feathers back on a take two. We got you this time?
Hey, Your Honor. I have no sound from you on this end of the telephone, so I don't know what the problem is. Called three or four times here and just don't get any sound. If it answers correctly, get the beep, and don't get anything from you. So, anyways, I'll try you back again in a little bit.
All right, I was kind of wondering. I've seen several people that have called and kind of dropped off. Like I said, Double R was there. Chevy Guy's been trying to call in several times. Beaver Squeezers, on the line trying to dial us up. So, yeah, I think Big Ed's been trying to call as well. Tell you what, let me do a phone reset, as we call it. I'll close this out. Anyone if you're on hold and you can hear the program, just dial us back up and give me a couple of minutes to do a reset here. We had a problem like that about a week ago, but yeah, the reset seemed to work just fine. So I'll take a quick 3-minute break and we'll come right back here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta Mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta Mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel Memory Foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
All right, little reset action. Looks like everything's back up and running. And, yeah, everybody calling back. So let me jump right back into it here. Let me get this all down and reset here and see. I think Double R did dial us back. Where's Double R at? And I've been calling him out. The old Grump. Grump's going to be checking in here. All right, so let's get to it here. Double R, what's going on this morning?
There we are. How you doing, brother?
All right. Was it screwy with you too when you called in the first time, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't getting any sound or nothing.
All right. Well, that creates an issue. Yeah, if you can't hear me, we can't talk.
Huh. Yeah, that's it. So, how you doing?
Doing well. How about you?
Well, doing good. You had a good show last night. It was good seeing Steven on the show.
Yeah,
and,
just a random
watching.
pop in. That was funny, wasn't it? Just...
Yeah, 1 o'clock going to the gym.
Uh-huh.
Dedication. but that, and I took Scott's listened to Scott Demon there, and I called Carnival today because we had a 15-day cruise booked for November the 28th of this year, going down the Panama Canal. I mean, it was a lot of Lemon, or whatever the name of that country is, or whatever. But I mean, it was a nice cruise, and anyhow, we called and canceled it. She said, "Well, why are you canceling it?" I said, "Because of your stupid pandemic crap you guys got going on." And I said, "Ma'am, I can't do that." I said, "I think I'll just be better off canceling. And when this pandemic is over with and everybody's back to normal, we'll book a cruise."
Try again.
Not right now.
Yeah. So did he send you like the link that he sent me about all these, wearing the mask and the social distancing and trying to you guys, you spend a fairly amount of time in the casino, as we all know, and I mean, the whole thing about having to make a reservation.
Yeah, you got to
that's
make
insane.
a reservation to go to the casino. Get real. So. No, she was real nice about it. I couldn't believe that. And did I lose you?
No, we got you. Go ahead.
Steve.
Yep. Well, I've got you.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear. Can you hear me now?
So, are you with me?
Yeah.
So, anyhow, she said, yeah, we can go ahead and cancel. I guess they have a lot of people canceling, but she went ahead and she said, now you're going to end up losing $198 of your money. I said, that's fine. I don't care. But we got the biggest chunk of it back. So, they're going to get some kind of money somewhere. You know that.
Oh, yeah.
So,
yeah.
But anyhow, we went ahead and canceled that out, and I'm done. I think I'm just going to hold off for a little while, on this until this crap gets out of the way. But that's about it. We're over here in getting ready to go into California. 10:43 at night, and I'm looking at 63 degrees.
Yeah, you dirty dog.
Deal, huh?
Dirty dog. I'd say we got.
Huh?
I'd say we got probably 4 or 5 inches of snow outside the bunker in the last, let's say 6 hours or so. Supposed to have some light snow through the overnight. I think the heaviest stuff's already come through, but there's a lot of light snow to still kind of push through here. So
I think we're supposed to get rain and ice down there in Nashville. I believe that's what I was looking at on AccuWeather. But anyhow, I done forgot what the hell I wanted to talk to you about. So man, I'm having brain farts.
Old timers disease. You got it.
Yeah, real quick, I just want to say I'm sorry to hear about Elvis. My prayers go out to him and his family. That's sad. He was a hell of a dude.
Yeah.
And man, we're losing them quick, ain't we, Steve? I mean, we lost Stormy and Nitro. Now Elvis. We lost Brooklyn. My God. I mean, we're just fading out here.
Oh, boy.
So,
yeah.
we better hurry up and get some of this new blood in here. That way they can be part of our family here. So,
you just, you never know what tomorrow holds. You never know if you're going to be here tomorrow. It's kind of scary, but
I know.
That's just life.
It is a scary situation. Go ahead.
I said, that's just life. That's the way it is in life. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So, well, hey, listen, I'm not going to hog the phone. I'm going to get off here and get my brain screwed in here right and figure out what I wanted to talk to you about.
All right. Well, be safe out there.
Back.
Thank you so much. Good to hear from you, Double R, as always. As we said, you never know what tomorrow holds. Someone this past day sent me a video, a YouTube video of Elvis. Steve Wanamaker was his real name. And as I mentioned last evening, he was performing in comedy clubs right up till the COVID kicked in, when they had to start shutting all that kind of stuff down. But this was at it was like a 1 hour. He does his stand-up bit, and it was like at a black comedy club somewhere in South Carolina. And I mean, he was a funny guy. I don't think there's any segment of his 1 hour comedy skit that I could play on the program because it would be language not suitable for broadcast, if you know what I mean. It would be called the rated R edition. But I mean, it was downright talk about funny stuff. Oh boy. Yeah, well, that kind of brings me to when we were talking about you never know what tomorrow holds. Just last week, I was talking about when you have these missing truck driver calls, and someone says, "Can you be on the lookout at the truck stops and the rest areas or parking lots? This driver was driving a blue whatever Peterbilt, and he was headed from point A to point B, if he could check that route, he would have normally taken like I-70, and off too often. They're found, and more than you'd realize, that they've passed away in the sleeper. The story from CDL Life this past day, a driver was found dead in his truck Sunday morning after reportedly calling to inform his company he wasn't feeling well the night before. At the age of 51, 51-year-old Reginald Morgan found deceased in his sleeper at about 8:40 a.m. on February the 7th in Porter, Indiana. According to the Chicago Tribune, he contacted his company about 4 in the afternoon Saturday. He said he was stopping for the night. He wasn't feeling well. After parking for the evening, he had one more interaction with the company, during which he reported he was actually feeling a little bit better, but he was going to sleep for the night. Well, when Morgan had still not responded to attempts to contact him by 8:30 the following morning, the company called for a welfare check at the Travel Centers of America North, where the truck's GPS showed the truck was located. Officers arrived, attempted to knock on the cab door, no answer. They then had the travel stop page Morgan inside the building, to no avail. Investigators then climbed onto the truck cab and were able to spot what appeared to be a leg through a window. So again, they broke out a window, and he was deceased. It appears to be natural causes, but an autopsy will be performed. That's still pending, but, so it's, you never know. Live life to its fullest. You tell the ones you love them on any given day. Well, good morning, Grump.
Well, good morning there, buddy. How you doing?
I'm
good to
doing
hear
well.
From Double R there, You doing well, huh?
I'm glad you decided
where you're at.
I'm glad you finally decided to call there, Grump. It's been a while.
It's been a little while, hasn't it? I've been so screwed up with my times, and stuff, delivering, all hours of the night and stuff, and I get to listen to you some, and then, having to pick stuff up during the day a lot of times, but it's, but no, I've had you on my list, man. I got to call Steve.
Yeah.
I figured he's going to be getting a message from you or something. Hey, idiot, where you at?
That's what I did. Did you? That's right.
But everything's going all right, man. How you doing?
I can't complain. I'm getting all settled in here. I think we got it pretty much up and running. So.
Yeah, it looks good in there. You got that video going and everything. It looks really well. Man, I hate hearing about Elvis. God, that's. Damn, what, did he have a heart attack or something? Or
COVID. He came down. He came down with.
Wow.
He came down sick somewhere second or third week of January. He did end up in the hospital for a stint, and he had pneumonia. And he had gone home from the hospital, but in recent weeks he kept posting that I can't shake this pneumonia. Can't get rid of the pneumonia. And, it got him.
Wow. Damn.
Yep.
Man, that's some mean stuff.
Yep.
It, it's, you talking about that driver dying and, and I told you about my son, having that heart attack. Last time I talked to you, he, just bam. I mean, he just, here's a young guy, 28 years old, and, perfect health. He lifts weights and eats right and does everything right. Boom, one little blood clot gets to his heart, damn near killed him. But, they had to life flight him to the hospital. But, that is the leading cause of death among truck drivers is blood clots. It's crazy that, we sit in one position all the time. And usually they start in your leg and you get, and they make it up to their lungs and that's it. I can't tell these guys enough, get off your ass, get out of that truck, walk around, do something. You see these guys with these black legs, from diabetes, and how in the hell they're passing physical, I'll never know. I mean, they're, 400 or 500 pounders. And I was delivering, I guess it was about 12 years ago. I was at a place down in Arizona. And a guy was walking behind me, and all of a sudden, boom, he just fell out. and he was damn fat. We couldn't hardly roll him over.
Wow.
But he, just died of a heart attack. Just that fast. And it was just amazing. I was like, wow. But man, what do you think? This impeachment going on, isn't that something? I still think this is just, they want to impeach Trump, which is how in the hell these idiots are coming up with this, I'll never know. He's out of office. He's a private individual now. This is nothing more, Steve, than a shot across the bow from anybody like Trump that wants to run for president. This is just these swamp dwellers, these swamp rats telling, the American people, that hey, we run the show and we're not going to put up with anybody like Trump. So if you consider yourself wanting to run, this kind of thing, and you're going to be like Trump, expect more of this. It's amazing to me that they don't trust the voters. And that's all it is. You take Adam Schiff and that big apple-headed idiot. He's sitting around here talking this crap about, how they're going to prevent Trump from ever running for president again. Right. Who the hell is he? That's the people does that. If the people don't want to vote for Trump, that's up to them. It's not up to a handful of damn Democrats who thinks that they're the guardians of the universe and they're going to pick and choose who in the hell can run for president. I cannot for the life of me understand why there is people like that in office. And I'm still waiting on some of Bill Barr's stuff. He's gone now, but still, we got John Durham. He's still running this investigation.
Yeah.
Is he ever going to come up with anything?
Good question. We all keep waiting and waiting and waiting.
Yes, and it's, I think we've waited long enough. He's working on 4 years of this. They should have had some indictments down in 4 minutes, considering the amount of evidence that they had against a lot of these FBI agents and stuff like that. And I have nothing against FBI agents, but when you go rogue and you start doing stuff like that Peter Strzok or whatever his name is, and that dingbat that he was running around with, it's time to lock up some people. We need the American people should be demanding justice, but that's not the way we're going now. I've never seen anything in my life that's been so, it's like, let's just step all over the Constitution, ignore it, and let's pick and choose what laws we want to abide by. Look at Biden. This guy's went totally damn crazy, 10 minutes in office, and he's already got 12,000 people out of work, more. He's wanting to bring in an extra 1 million refugees and just, and people talk about, they said, no, I was talking to a guy the other day and he said, no, he's not, he's only like 100,000. I said, why don't you read the fine print, dumbass? The fine print says that refugee can bring 17 people with them. So do the math on that. That's 1.7 more people, 7 million more people. And it's, if anybody thinks that the Democrats honestly care about them, guess again, it's not about caring about you people. It's about voting. It's about packing congressional districts. That's all they want. That's why that they fought so damn hard when Trump was going in there saying, hey, we only want to count American citizens. And why the Supreme Court said, yeah, well, everybody that's here has got constitutional rights, whether you're here legally or not. And yeah, they do, but they should not be able to expand congressional districts because of illegal aliens. That makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. But hey, you see worse sometimes. And then he's got this pick for transportation secretary. Ain't he a prize? Didn't you just love that one?
Booty Judge, yeah.
Oh my God! He had a list out. Did you see the list that he had out? I think it was in Transport Topics or one of them that he was talking. Some of the things that he was looking at, and speed limiters was right up there once again, right on the top of the list.
Here we go again.
And it's
you fight these battles. You think you've won, and then it's like here they come. Let's do it again. Speed limiters, underride guards, side underride guards is on their list, I think. Yeah, the 21 and 18 to 20-year-old drivers, interstate, that's on his list, I think.
And there was one more that they're talking about coming out of the State Department, that increasing more visas to the H-2B visas that truck drivers need coming over from India and places like that to make up the so-called driver shortage. You know, that's something that the State Department's looking at, and through the Transportation Department. And, you know, it's you know, just because you got cheap freight sitting on a damn dock doesn't mean there needs to be a driver to haul it. I mean, that's, you know, this whole, you know, we got a driver shortage out here. That's about as fake as some of the news that they got on Trump.
Yeah.
You know, it just amazes me, man. You know, how they're coming up with this garbage. But, you know, they're going to mess around here. And they talked about e-logs, I think, you know, the 4,360 something drivers that are people that died in truck-related accidents. Well, my God, did you look at the rest of it? You know, how many people died last year in you know, well, look at the COVID deaths. And they're bitching about 4,600 that died truck-related accidents. And they don't tell you that about 63% of them was one single truck accidents with truck drivers dying in them. But yet they got to do something more. You know, they think, you know, a speed limiter would have stopped that. No, you know, that goes back to the blood clots and the heart attacks and avoiding accidents. You know, where truck drivers will swerve off the road to keep running over some dumbass that pulls out in front of them. So it's crazy, man. You know, you know, we're in a no-win situation right now, Steve, and it just, you know, it just keeps getting goofier and goofier and goofier. But what do you think about the Super Bowl? You know, I'm a huge Kansas City fan. Damn, you know, I was wondering if the plane showed up or not. You know, I mean, my God, you know, there wasn't nobody there.
Yeah.
You know, that game sucked. And did you see all the political garbage that was involved in it? You know, I noticed they had, what's his name? I can't think of it now. That idiot, that singer, you know, he was talking about, you know, coming together and all this stuff. Bruce, what's his name? Damn it. I can't remember his name now. He, you know, he's talking about coming together and everything, and he's the biggest partisan that ever walked.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's just amazing. They had the black national anthem playing. Why did they do that? I mean, why can't they just pick one damn day out of the year, like the Super Bowl, and get rid of politics, get rid of everything else? That's what, you know, drives this division that's going on right now in this country, is all this stupid stuff. They cannot back away from politics for 5 seconds, you know, just long enough to have a national anthem and the planes flying over or something, you know, and everybody looks up and says, wow, you know, that's what's keeping us safe out here. No, they got to throw some political garbage in there. Let's play the black national anthem too. Let's have them sing it. And then you got them two dumbasses that sang the national anthem and chopped it all to hell. You know, they got to put their stink on it like it's, you know, like it's a remake of something they want to do, make a record out of.
Yeah.
You know, just sing it the way it was intended to be sang. And it just, I don't know. You know, you had Whitney Houston and I think Carrie Underwood, a couple others that just knocked it out of the park with the national anthem. And then you got these other morons that are just, you know, they're all over it like, my God, you know, they're turning into some pop rock crap that nobody else wants to hear. But this is the world we're living in now, buddy.
That's it.
It seems like it's, I don't know where it stops and where it starts anymore. You know, it's like this big circle of craziness. And, you know, I always thought this country was bigger than all this, you know, and when you look at it, the country is. But you look at also what's going on in this country with the swamp dwellers, these swamp rats that's been in there forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. And they're letting the world know that they run the show here. And it's time, you know, I agree 1,000% with Ted Cruz and his term limits that he was talking about. You know, and you know, I know you get some of my posts that I put out on Facebook and things. And you know, I write a lot of stuff about this, and I think you've read a couple of them, but I try to keep it as clean as I possibly can. But it's hard, man, to not blow your top at some of the stupidity that's going on in this country, and what we have to pull up our pants legs every damn day and wade through. It's like, my God, you know, does it ever stop? You know, it's just, you know, we got, you know, old people that's been in there forever and ever and ever. Nancy Pelosi, you know, she's, you know, 80 years old or whatever. And you know, why in the hell don't they just go home and retire? You know, they got more money than Carter's got liver pills. And, you know, it's like, nope, give up the reins of running the show here. We can't give up this little bit of the thrones that we've built over the years.
Yeah.
You remember what the hell was his name? He was a Republican and swapped over to being a Democrat right there during the health care. What the hell was his name? He originally come out of Kansas. He was with Bob. He lived there with Bob Dole, but he was a Pennsylvania senator. I can't think of his name now. But he, when he got booted out of office, when they voted him out, and because he switched over to being a Democrat, then he ran as an independent, and he said, "I'm not going to, give up everything I've built, because of these voters." Oh my God, you talking about the arrogance of, that's what's wrong with this country. They honestly think that they're doing something good, and it's no longer about the voters. It's no longer about the people. It's about their dynasty, what they want to create. And it's not good. I mean, that's not what the founders intended. They were pretty specific in the Federalist Papers on how they structured our government. And I don't think there was ever any intentions on, people living their entire lives, 50, 60 years here in the Senate and Congress. But
no, that's why we've been talking about term limits. I'm thinking, was that Joe Lieberman? Was it Lieberman, the guy who's now, because he's an independent now, but I can't remember where he was.
Joe was a good guy. I mean, Joe was somebody, he was one of the old blue dog Democrats that came along for, many years. I mean, he had his liberal ways and stuff like that. But for the most part, Joe was he was kind of a fiscal conservative. And this guy, I can't remember his damn name now for anything, but he was a prosecutor out of Philadelphia, and he, like I said, he was born out in Kansas with in the same town, Russell, Kansas, where Bob Dole,
Gotcha.
Him and Bob Dole, but I can't remember his name now. But he was, he flipped over, and Barack Obama and them, they led him along there, during the Affordable Care Act. They needed his vote, and as soon as he voted for it, they throwed his ass out. They throwed him under the bus. So it's, but hey, he did it to himself, and that's, I'm just sick of these homesteaders, man. I am. It's crazy that we got people in office. And I write my congressmen and senators, letters all the time. And just as soon as this impeachment stuff comes down, and I sent them a letter. I said, if you're for this impeachment, I'll do everything I can. I'll put your name on the side of my damn truck, drive up down the road, saying, "Don't vote for this bastard."
Right.
That's just the way it is.
I think Dick Morris and several others have been saying that, those 10 Republicans that did, including Liz Cheney, for impeachment, will not get reelected. I suspect that's the case. Liz Cheney doesn't have a flying chance. I mean, she's been censured by her own party there in Wyoming. And Wyoming is a hardcore Republican state, overwhelming majority. So, all right, Grump, well, thank you so much for taking the time out to dial us up. We a little bit behind here. We cross over the 1 o'clock hour. We get a break in, come back with more. Lines available at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel-air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
the primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go, back at it, round number 2. As we roll into a Tuesday, 9th day of February. That's where we're heading into time zone to time zone. So close out of Monday. Everybody's settled in, right? Back to the old grind. Several people had emailed back on Friday where, we used to do the, we called it the Dumbass of the Week nominees. And we typically had like a top 5 and sometimes had a backup, a runner-up, honorable mention, as they call it. And they said, you got to bring that back. I looked forward to our DA of the Week nominees. I think this story might quantify as a Dumbass of the Week nominee. It's a Louisiana woman who went viral, her video. after struggling to remove Gorilla Glue from her hair. She claims that the hospital nor the company's advice helped remove the hardened Gorilla Glue. So now she's considering a lawsuit to get out of a sticky situation, according to the report from TMZ. Tessica Brown has hired an attorney and is weighing litigation because while the product's label warns against using it on your eyes, your skin, or your clothing, it doesn't say anything about your hair. Well, who gets the brilliant idea of putting super glue in your hair to begin with? Apparently, during her weekend trip to the emergency room, healthcare workers put acetone on the back of her head, but instead of getting to the root of the problem, it burned her scalp and only made the glue gooier before it hardened back up. Now, Gorilla Glue said, "We are aware of the dilemma." They sent out a statement. "We're sorry to hear about the unfortunate incident that Miss Brown experienced using our spray adhesive on her hair. We're glad to see in her recent video that Miss Brown has received medical treatment from her local medical facility. We wish her the best." They go on to reiterate that their product is not intended for use in or on hair. It is considered permanent. Now, Miss Brown said that her hair had been stuck in place for a month after she ran out of her usual hair product and opted to use the extra strong super glue instead. Oh. The super strong glue is only intended to be used with products like wood, laminate, fabric, paper, cardboard. Yeah. So now you're going to sue the company. Doesn't that kind of remind me, go back to Jeff Foxworthy, back when he used to do You Might Be a Redneck kind of thing. I think that was one of his. Talking about, or maybe it was Bill Engvall in Stupid People. Talking about stupid people. Why does Preparation H have to say on the packaging, not intended for oral use? Because somebody's probably tried it. All right. Dumbass of the Week nominee. All right, before we get back to your calls, back with more of our travelers' weather here on a Tuesday. New York City and areas of northern New Jersey. You have been the epicenter for heavy snow thus far in February, and that pattern doesn't look like it's going to break anytime soon, thanks to the polar vortex that will continue to send bitterly cold Arctic air across the U.S. We've got a stormy corridor that sets up across the Midwest and the Northeast this week, and even further out, creating more opportunities for snow. From Chicago to the Big Apple, according to forecasters. The story simply is we've got a busy weather pattern. Now, AccuWeather's chief broadcaster, Bernie Rayno, says never, ever trust a split flow, as he calls it. What he's talking about is a strong northern jet stream and a weaker southern jet stream on the weather map. A system later this week will develop into a long-duration event, which may involve multiple storms affecting the Midwest and the Northeast. Our storm systems are not going to be too strong, but he added they will be able to tap into some major temperature contrast that's setting up across the country to produce some heavy precip. Thanks to the cold air in place over the northern tier, the storm's likely to start in portions of, say, Missouri as early as later this afternoon. Cold air will be able to infiltrate further south with this storm, which will allow for the potential for snow and ice into parts of Missouri, Oklahoma, and Arkansas as early as, again, later Tuesday afternoon. As the storm moves eastward through Wednesday and Wednesday night, the threat for snow and ice expands through the Ohio Valley The snow and ice will be slow to retreat on the western side of the storm, though. Periods of snow and ice will continue to push into the mid-Atlantic Wednesday night, then engulf much of the Northeast by the end of the day on Thursday. By Friday, the center of the storm may be off the Atlantic coast, allowing for some locally heavy snow across New England and perhaps even parts of the mid-Atlantic. Unlike this early week storm, which is a quick-moving system, this next system may be what they call a long-duration event. Areas of snow and ice could fall for more than 24 hours' time. So another 6 to 12 inches may be in store for parts of the Northeast, with up to 24-inch totals. We're looking at accumulating snow along the I-95 corridor. D.C. did not get much from Sunday's storm. You may get an inch or two from this one. The heaviest may be around New York City and Philadelphia once again, though. Those two cities are right on line for 6 to 12 inches. And further inland, Pittsburgh predicted to pick up, say, 3 to 6 inches of snow. So New York City, you've been piling up this year with the 4.5 inches you got in Central Park Sunday. You've now picked up 32.5 inches on the season. Sunday snow pushed the total above the seasonal average for New York City. As of Sunday as well, the Big Apple had already picked up more than 2 times the normal snowfall for the entire month of February, and we're only into February 9th. All right, the storm may end up being kind of a double barrel system and 2 surges of precipitation. It is a complex storm setup with the combination of Arctic air and moisture, as well as not 1 but 2 separate waves of low pressure. In some locales, it may snow at varying intensity for 2 days, bringing the potential for 1 to 2 feet of snow and even locally higher amounts. The challenge right now is figuring out exactly where that west to east band of heavy snow is going to occur. And that may not be clear until the storm is actually already underway. They're having a real hard time predicting this one. Obviously, ground travel will be impacted. Major interstates 40, 64, 70, and 80 could have several days of dangerous road conditions. Travel could be significantly impacted from this storm for more than a day's time. There is also a significant swath of ice in the forecast with this storm, especially from southern Missouri to northern Arkansas to parts of Virginia, West Virginia, and western Maryland. Ice up to maybe 1/4 of an inch or greater, which is definitely enough to bring down tree limbs and power lines, so power outages will become a problem. You could have locally higher amounts of more than 1/4 inch of ice accumulating in parts of the Ohio Valley. That's when you get your proverbial ice storm warnings. What a mess. Now, should more of the ice occur in the form of sleet rather than freezing rain, you'll have a lower risk of power outages. And, of course, it's possible that this storm might not be the last in this train of wintry weather. In the month of February, they're already monitoring the potential for another storm that could bring another dose of ice and snow just in time for President's Day. A very busy weather pattern. Okay, old man winter. I'm ready for spring. How about you? Let's get back to your calls. That's what's going on with the Eagle this morning. Hey there.
I'm not Eagle. I'm
Well,
Army.
that would be Army. Hello, Army. I guess I hit the wrong one. Eagle, we got you coming up next. Don't fall asleep. What's going on, Army?
I know how this is going to end with that girl from Louisiana. Oh God, I used to not know that the Bee Gees song "More Than a Woman" was actually more than a woman. When I was a kid, it was bald-headed woman, bald-headed woman to me,
yeah,
bald-headed woman. Yeah, I can fix that scalp problem of hers. Give me a straight razor, I'll cut it all off.
Yeah, that may be the route she has to go. Yeah, that's good point. I don't think spray on super glue. You ain't gonna wash that out of your hair.
God, what happened to the good old days of Aquanet?
Yeah,
Can't
right.
you just use Aquanet? Why you got to be a silly goose? You got to use Gorilla Glue. Oh, man. And I can't tell any of them, oh, dear. Anyway, and all that stuff. That's going to be fun. I'm on my way to California, too, so whoever that was earlier.
So I think Army is in and out of cell. It seems like he dropped his cell there. All right, you can try us back if you get a chance there, Army. Gotta love modern technology. All right, let's try this again. Are we awake this morning, Eagle?
Yeah, I'm awake this morning. I'm awake this morning, even though I fell asleep at the Super Bowl yesterday.
Oh, did you?
It was so bad. Yeah, that was one of the worst performances I've seen in a long time.
So you were pulling
it was
for Kansas City?
Overall, a bad day.
Were you pulling for Kansas City? Yeah.
Huh?
Were you pulling for Kansas City?
Yeah. I was hoping they might win, but
sorry.
But I just wanted to see a good game. It wasn't even a competitive game, but the halftime was ridiculous. That was pathetic. That was they could have had more better entertainment than that. But like I say, it's overall, it just goes to fit with the year that we've had, like 2019 and 2020 with this virus. That might as well be bad too. Everything else is bad at this point right now. So my Super Bowl could just join the crowd of bad things going on in the U.S. But something that's really going on is the weather right now. They got some serious cold temperatures.
Oh yeah.
That are about to take place in the U.S. I had a load going to Chicago, and luckily they took it away from me because I've been looking at my phone today, and they scheduled to. I think they said that they're not going to be above freezing for the next two weeks in Chicago. And it might be, I think Wisconsin and Minnesota, places like that, is like minus 20 and minus 30 wind chills. So they got some real cold weather in store for the next 2 weeks. And it's going to make its way south too, down in Texas where I live at. It's going to come down to Texas and Dallas and Houston area too. So it's not going to be quite as cold as Chicago, but it is going to be cold down south too. So we can join the party too. So, but like I say, I don't know if you focused on this, but they had a real bad accident over the weekend in Iowa. 40 car and truck collision on Interstate 80. I think it was in Des Moines, Iowa. It was on the world news this weekend. Like I say, the weather, it's pretty wild with all the snow and ice that we have right now. And, these accidents, that are taking place, I don't know if you've seen the video of this accident. They got, these trucks are going way too fast. When the collision started, trucks had come to a stop, and you still seeing trucks rolling, doing 40 and 50 miles an hour, in these slick conditions, and they ran dead into the truck, tore the whole hoods off of trucks and laid them over on the ground. It was real. Luckily, they said nobody died. I don't know how. If you look at the accident, on video, I don't see how nobody didn't die in this deal. But these guys need to slow down, man. When you're driving in slick conditions, it makes no sense. It's got video after video. You can go to Wyoming, another hot spot for accidents this time of year. And, these guys, there'll be a collision with some trucks, and these guys will continue on at the same speed and, slam on the brakes at the last minute. And that's useless at that point. And then you slam right into another group of trucks, and it just goes on and on and on. I think they said that the accident scene in Iowa was about a mile long of damage. So, you got to be careful right now, especially this time of year. The main thing is, to slow down and, take it slow because these accidents are occurring way too much this right now. And, with the weather, because I think it's supposed to be cold in Ohio, where you at right now, too. I don't think y'all supposed to get that much snow. But like I say, these temperatures that we're having right now, they saying that it's been a while since we had some temperatures this low. So I ain't looking forward to heading that way in the next couple of days. But it look like I'm going to be heading towards Pennsylvania. So I guess I'll get caught up in that cold weather, too.
Good time.
But yeah, something I wanted to ask you about, Steve, is this situation. How you feel about this AOC, and then I'll get to this John Kerry guy. AOC, it's been determined that she lied about the chaos that took place at the Capitol a couple of weeks ago. She said that she was in the building at the time and people were banging on her doors and windows. And then it comes to be found out that she wasn't there. Now, why is she allowed to get away with that? And Donald Trump, he didn't. They got this man going on trial tomorrow in this bogus trial. They throwing the book at him. Why is she not? Why is she not in some type of trouble with the government for lying and trying to get people to make, go on her side and think that something really happened. These type of things, she shouldn't be allowed to do that. And she should, you see all the chaos that they're giving this other lady, and she hasn't done anything compared to what AOC, what's her name, Green, the one that supported Donald Trump.
Yeah, Marjorie.
They're trying to kick her out of Congress.
Green, yeah.
And she hasn't done nearly as much as AOC, but we already know the reason why is she's being treated that way, because she's a Republican. But I'm just saying it's not fair for AOC to receive the type of treatment she gets, and then this Green lady or whatever her name is treated like an outcast simply because she supports Donald Trump. It's a real joke. And something, Steve, I want to say this about the oil industry right quick. I think I told you this last week. I drove through, on my way back from California last week, I drove through Midland and Odessa area, which is one of the hot spots for Texas in the oil industry. And since Mr. Joe Biden took the White House, he has closed down all of these businesses, oil industry, and now these people are out of work. Midland and Odessa is a ghost town right now, and it's really a sad deal. And John Kerry, or whatever his name is, had the nerve to say that these people can apply for a position in other industries. These people had good paying jobs until Joe Biden decided to eliminate them. And it's really a sad situation that this man, that Joe Biden did what he did, put these people out of work. And American people, they need to remember this in 2 or 4 years when it comes time for Joe Biden to come up for re-election. I know I'll remember it and make sure he doesn't get back into office for a second term. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve.
All right, Eagle. Good to hear from you. Yeah, you're supposed to go from working on the Keystone to building solar panels. Solar panel technician, which my understanding is salary-wise, income-wise, solar panel technician makes about half the amount of a pipeline worker. And, of course, the other problem is the solar panels are mostly being manufactured in China. Last I checked, it's a pretty long morning commute to head over to your factory job in China, right? But with that, it's 844-844-3388. He mentioned pileups out there. Yeah, there were numerous multi-vehicle crashes. Iowa had their, Oklahoma City, I'm looking at least 2 multi-vehicle pileups Monday morning in Oklahoma City. The city froze over, had a 15-car pileup about 7:30 a.m. on I-40. Then there was a second 25-vehicle pileup about an hour later on Oklahoma City Boulevard near I-40. The second pileup actually involved an Oklahoma Highway Patrol trooper, according to the report. Said people were being taken from the crash on stretchers. 5 were injured, 1 critically injured in that pileup. And things were so bad in Oklahoma City that they had stopped responding to accidents that did not involve injuries. There were so many crashes being reported. Fire department said they had responded to 43 accidents between 6 and 8:45 a.m. It was a treacherous morning. He said, I've been listening to our firefighters on these calls, on the radio traffic. They just said, everything's a sheet of ice. Yeah, we got 8 vehicles involved. We got 12 vehicles involved. And yeah, it's just one after another, especially on the bridges. And remember, though, you had, we were talking last evening at the onset of the program, the freezing drizzle and freezing fog advisories in place for that part of the country. You hit those elevated roadways, the bridges, the overpasses. KOCO reported that EMSA, Oklahoma, reported to 84 collisions. That's in and around Tulsa as of 9 o'clock yesterday morning. Kansas and Missouri also reported icy roads, accidents in those states. So freezing drizzle, that's the culprit that broke out Monday morning. Parts of Oklahoma, southern Kansas, southwest Missouri, including the Oklahoma City, Tulsa, and Wichita, Kansas areas. All right, so some areas saw up to a quarter of an inch of ice accumulation was reported near Bartlesville, Oklahoma. So it looks like things should be on the improve for the moment, but now we just wait for the next storm system to begin coming into shape later today, maybe in some of those same regions. With that, we'll return in just a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-632-4506.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois. Shy Diesel has you covered.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Snow still falling outside the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. Cincinnati, a mess. Yeah, a lot of incidents out there, troubles on the highways. Someone sent me, I believe, where was that? I think via the email, steve@hotshotsecret.com. And that you've got Cutting the Hill, shut down. I can't remember, was that north or southbound? I'll double check on that. Meanwhile, our number 844-844-3388. All right. Eagle brought up the oil field workers a few moments ago. And a story from this past day, if there's any doubt to what the next 4 years holds for the fossil fuel business and the impacts on the economy, Joe Biden erased all that with the swipe of his pen. Of course, as he wasted no time keeping that promise. He promised to radically reshape how fossil fuels are collected in this country. But not only collected, but transported and consumed, among the first of his historic executive orders in the first 2 weeks, canceling the pipeline, initiating steps towards tougher regulations for oil and gas operations. Proponents of this say, well, this is his bold first step, just the beginning to address climate change. But of course, critics say we're losing thousands of jobs. It was up to 12,000 by some of the estimates for the Keystone alone, and an economic hit that easily runs into the billions of dollars. Now, this is the direct impact, and then you've got the secondary impacts of displaced workers. Anyone affiliated with these industries like pipe manufacturing, storage, and yes, many of you in transportation. As the oil industry licks their wounds over these actions, the fracking industry has braced for what could be headed their way. Thus far, the jabs from the White House have been relatively light, limited to fracking bans on federal lands, according to the vice president of Rystad Energy out of Houston. We spent a lot of time looking at that. Our conclusions were, in the immediate term, you would just see activity and capital maybe migrating to the non-federal lands, which shouldn't be such a significant impact, at least in 2021. You wouldn't see activity just dropping dead or dropping off significantly, but you would see it being driven more by the oil price fundamentals. He contends that in the near term, the aftershocks of the COVID-19 would be probably far more disruptive to fracking production cycles and profitability than what at least thus far has come out of the White House. All the operators were in so much uncertainty that everyone kind of went into their shells a little bit. When COVID hit, a lot of the activity was plummeting. The supply chain companies, they took a huge hit. We saw a lot of capacity coming off on the trucking side due to all of that. But after that initial shock to the economy, industry experts were able to better kind of evaluate the situation once things cleared up a little bit more and had a little more visibility into what was really happening. You saw a lot of frac fleets being back to work in the third quarter of last year. Obviously, the second quarter was the bottom with respect to the completions activity, but then there was a bit of an uptick, and when there's a sudden uptick in activity, that's more than what people were expecting. So there's actually there was a shortage of drivers, and you saw the pricing on the trucking side going higher, and that's pretty much where we're at right now. The president of Pennsylvania-based Sage Corporation that operates Sage truck driving schools disagrees, saying he expects a more immediate impact on the number of trucking jobs directly related to fracking. He said his general judgment is, given that they'll be banning fracking on federal land and making the whole regulatory process for oil and gas more difficult, there's going to be fewer and fewer jobs for truck drivers. And that's a shame because they're really good jobs. And that's what really has attracted people. They can make a decent amount of money. We had people coming from out west who already knew that they were going to go to North Dakota or they were going to go to West Texas. They had jobs waiting for them, and they were really high-paying jobs. I do anticipate, given the kind of regulatory clamp that they're going to be putting on fossil fuels in general, we're actually going to be seeing less opportunity for drivers. That's less good-paying jobs, right? That's the sad part. All right, get back to your calls here. Who's next up? I believe the Beaver Squeezer been hanging in there. Good morning, Beaver Squeezer. What's going on?
Well, what do you say there, hard-working man?
Doing all right?
Yeah, you mind if I change the subject?
Well, sure. That's what we're all about. What you got for us this morning?
Hey, I was in Laramie, Colorado, and I was on my 10-hour break, and I witnessed state troopers and emergency crews pull a driver out of his sleeper that had passed.
Yes.
And nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to talk about it. I would just rather forget that. Anyways, a week ago, I told you I was going to Nashville, Tennessee.
Mm-hmm.
And a childhood friend of mine that I've known since the first grade was inducted into the Country Music Hall of Fame. And I stayed in the downtown Hilton Suites, most beautiful hotel I've ever been in my life. But everybody wanted her attention. And she said, she saw me and she came and talked to me, but she said, I will call you Thursday night and we'll do a Zoom call, just me and you.
Okay.
That's the best weekend of my life, Steve. I went to Alan Jackson's bar on Broadway, and they have live music every night and only country. Alan Jackson said only country, no rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife of 39 years, she and I spun the dance floor. I think we wore the dance floor out, to be honest with you.
Wow.
But this last weekend was the best weekend for an old retired flatbed driver. I felt like a young man again.
Well, that's a good thing. That's good. I know you were kind of excited about getting to go over. You said, screw the COVID, I'm going to have a good time, right?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what I said. You do remember the call.
Certainly.
We're all going to die of something, But that was the best weekend of my life. If any of your callers gets a chance to go to Nashville, that is the best place in the world. But I was actually surprised at the gay and lesbian community that's in Nashville, and I was surprised at the homeless in Nashville.
Mm-hmm.
I could not walk from my hotel to the bars on Broadway without almost being assaulted by the homeless. I did not know that Nashville has that homeless population.
Well,
I went down to Mobile, Alabama, and I went to a concert down there, Mean Mary, and nobody knows who Mean Mary is. You have to follow Mean Mary to know who she is. And I stayed at the downtown Hilton in Mobile, and I was there for 3 days. I never got accosted the way I got accosted in Nashville, just walking from my hotel to the bar.
Wow.
Yeah, anyways, I just wanted to share that with you. And thank you for letting me ride along with you every morning. I really enjoy it.
That's what we're here for, Beaver Squeezer. Glad you had a good time in Nashville, all right? I'm sure you drunk Plenty of Coors Light while you were there, right? That's his beverage of choice. All right, the old beaver squeezer. Knucklebuster, what's happening this morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I cover your ears up. Work all week long, punching the clock just to dawn. Count the days to Friday night. That's when all the conditions are right for a good time. Thank you, Mr. Alan Jackson, for that great song for the weekend. I'm going to come up and I'm going to thump your microphone for all this bad weather we got down south and out west here, buddy.
It's not my fault. I just passed the information on to you.
It's too damn cold up there, so I won't come up there and thump your microphone. I'm just kidding there. President Dupas Magoo there, he said, I sent them articles last night you read about the electricity raising the prices so it'll be competitive with wind and solar could be competitive with regular electricity. He's going to make the DA nominee list of the week every week, Steve. We got 4 years of him being on the list. And that AOC, that girl got the devil in her face, buddy. I mean, you just look at her when she gets mad, man. That'd be one woman I wouldn't want to mess with there, right?
Yes, sir.
And Nancy Pelosi, you know, she's a don't do as I do, but do as I tell you type of person there. I love Nancy. I want to congratulate Peyton Manning, making the Pro Football Hall of Fame up there in Canton, Ohio. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, but isn't that near Acorn, Ohio up there?
I think so.
Well, that's just kind of southeast of Cleveland up there, right? Acorn?
Akron.
Oh, that's not Acorn. That's Akron. Oh, I'm sorry. I mispronounced that.
You goofball.
Oh, man, I'm telling you. You know, old Brady, he covered up that Nike logo he was wearing, t-shirt he was wearing there, because he has a contract there with Under Armour for sponsoring them there, right? So
okay.
He took that trophy and covered it up last night. Are you going to have crying towels in your internet store?
I don't know that they've got those ordered. You might need some of those, though. That's a good idea. Crying towels.
Right, yeah. Well, in Kansas City Chiefs are going to need it because that's all I seen on the news all day, how they were complaining about the ref cheated for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers there.
I saw
that's what everybody
someone
claimed.
Said, why didn't the refs have Buccaneer shirts on, right? That's what I was hearing.
Yeah, well, you never know, man. I don't know. NFL is a strange organization. All I know is it's a multi-billion-dollar corporation there. All right, let's take a little trip down memory lane there, Steve. Back February 9th, 1964, we're going to have a really good show. And the Beatles were on the Ed Sullivan Show for the first time. And you'll like this part. Back in 1870, Ulysses S. Grant, he signed a joint resolution of Congress creating the United States Weather Bureau. So that's a pretty good thing. You keep track of that thing all the time, right?
Yeah.
It was 60 degrees in Dallas, and when I crossed that Ray Hubbard Reservoir over there and wound up in Rockwall, it was 48 degrees, Steve. I mean, that's a 12 degree, 13 degree drop? 12, yeah, that's it. Back in 88 or 89 there, I remember an ice storm going all the way down to the Gulf Coast. I was down there in Brookhaven, Mississippi, froze over for the weekend there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Back in 1895, William G. Morgan, he created a game called Mentionette, Steve. But we refer to it as volleyball today.
Oh.
And I love watching them. Yeah, I love watching them college girls play volleyball on TV, don't you?
Oh, it has nothing to do with the little bikinis they wear or anything, does it?
Oh, yeah, I know. Mama Knucklebuster tells me I'm a pervert for watching them games all the time. But I tell her I ain't blind and I ain't LGBTQUSA either, right?
That's right.
Friday night, I done a Hillbilly Hollywood turn around there, and they had 3 DAs over there on the east side of Nashville. 2 of them pinned me in on the left, and the one up in front of me, he slowed down to 30 mile an hour, Steve, but he thought he was going to be slick and have me crash into the back end of him. I showed him I was a NASCAR truck driver, right?
Yep.
I showed him how it was done, so y'all be careful, be safe out there, and watch out for all these DAs on the highway out here, and have a great, blessed day. I'll check in a little later on. I might come up with some more baloney before 5 a.m. in the morning.
We might need that here come that longest hour in radio. You never can tell. You know, we weren't prepared here. I didn't run out to Kroger and buy 2 gallons of milk and 48 rolls of toilet paper and 6 loaves of Wonder Bread. Didn't know it was going to snow this much. We might be stuck in the house for 6 hours. Now what are we going to do? I should have stocked up on Campbell's soup, too. All right. On a more serious note, yes, the actual impeachment trial in the Senate gets underway today. And we've been saying for a number of days now that it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that a conviction is not going to happen. He will be acquitted because they need 17 Republicans to get the impeachment to go through. And what is the ultimate goal? For whatever reason, we know the ultimate goal is that they don't want Donald Trump to ever be able to run for president again. Well, especially 4 years from now, right? He's got them scared to death. And I suppose in the name of unity, in the name of bringing us all together, which we keep hearing from the left, we need to unify. We need to unify. And what the left is doing anything but unifying this country. Every legal expert's been saying for weeks now, first of all, it's not constitutionally legal to impeach a president that's no longer in office. He's not even president. It makes no sense. It's really about making sure he cannot hold office again. And this just proves the point. It ain't a joke. It is the grim reality. House and Senate Democrats are going to push ahead this week with a censure resolution to bar former President Donald Trump from holding future office because they now anticipate acquittal in the Senate impeachment trial, according to several sources familiar with the matter. The effort to draft the resolution that would invoke a provision of the 14th Amendment began quietly in January and started gaining momentum this past weekend as Democrat Senator Tim Kaine of Virginia and Republican Senator Susan Collins of Maine try to gauge whether the measure might attract some bipartisan support. Now, right now, they say the reception has been rather lukewarm so far from Democrats because they want to see him convicted in the impeachment trial, as well as Republicans who fear the political consequences of barring Trump from office. But a group of Democrat lawmakers may still proceed with this resolution this week, hoping to build public support and potential momentum for the alternative as the trial proceeds, according to sources. Some Democrat lawyers warned that this could backfire if taken to court and actually provide Trump with a rallying cry to run again for president in 2024. Others say, well, this is going to be the last best chance to hold him accountable for trying to overturn the 2020 election results and disrupt Congress certification. All right. The trial begins today in the Senate. it is widely expected to be acquitted because, again, they're not going to have 17 Republicans join the Democrats. As the likelihood of acquittal has grown, so too have the calls from the Democrat caucus for what kind of alternate path can we take? We've got to find a way to prevent him from holding office again. Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz, remember that jewel from Florida? She first raised the idea of a dual-track process that would reserve a second constitutional pathway. Thus, Tim Kaine started exploring that idea on the Senate side. Now, what are they talking about? Their attention has focused on Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which is a rarely cited Civil War-era amendment which allows Congress to bar individuals from holding office if they have, quote, engaged in insurrection. Now, wait a minute. Yeah, was Donald Trump engaged in insurrection? Then a resolution to censure Trump would require, they say, a simple majority vote to pass in the House and the Senate. How that's possible, I don't know. But a simple majority, well, they've got the majority in the House. We know that, the simple majority. They've got the simple majority in the Senate with the 50-50 split, and Kamala Harris gets to be the tiebreaker. So whatever it takes to unify the country, let's bring this country together. Sounds like a plan, and it doesn't sound like that's the route they're taking. All this is just, for the millions of supporters of Donald Trump out there, and we know, what was it, 75, 80 million, whatever it was that voted for the man. This is just pouring rubbing alcohol on a wound that burns like hell. It's inflaming the tensions. It's not making things better. It's not bringing the country together. It's making things worse, but I digress. Hello, Big Sexy.
Hello, Steve. How's the day going?
Not too bad. I'm glad I'm not out there on the roads this morning in this town. It's a mess out there.
Well, hopefully they're going to be wrong about here. But your forecast a while ago, it sounds like, and what they've been talking about, time I hit the road tomorrow night to start throwing these papers, it's going to be a mixture of freezing rain and sleet. And I don't look forward to that.
No, I mean that's just that little glaze. That's all you need. And I mean, they're sliding in the ditch everywhere.
Yeah, they said earlier today, the local TV station here, they cover about an 8-county area. They said from one side of their coverage area to the other with a 20-degree difference in temperature. That's why they're having such a hard time with this forecast.
Okay.
Getting it right.
Yeah.
So hopefully we'll stay on the southern end, but we're just north of I-40, so hopefully we'll stay warm enough that we won't get all the bad stuff. I hate for anybody to get it, but I sure don't want it. On that last story you was reading there, if they pass that with a simple majority and all that, you think that's going to unify the country?
That's what I was just saying. Hell no. It's just digging the divisiveness is getting further and further. I mean, deeper and deeper. It's going the wrong direction.
Yeah, and they're going to keep on till they get all out the war out of it. They don't stop what they're doing. I mean, you can't just, people aren't going to stand for it and stand for it and stand for it. I mean, we got 4 years of this stuff. By the time we get through with it, there's a lot of people's level for it, being able to take it's not going to be there. I don't want it to come to that.
Well, we've been talking about the divisiveness. It's been growing and festering for years now, and it seems like every president that comes into office. I mean, go back, when Barack Obama was first elected. All right, the first quote, African American president. The country's coming together, and over 8 years, this country became more and more divided. In comes Donald Trump, of course, at which point the country is, proverbially split down the middle, diabolically in different opinions, strongly, and neither side wanting to really accept the opinions of the other side. Kind of goes both ways. And then you got Joe Biden coming into office trying to present this message of let's come together, we have to heal this country. We've got to, the wounds have to heal. And yet they proceed with the likes of impeachment, and now looking at any alternate route is the word they're using. We got to find an alternative route. We got to find some way to prevent Donald Trump from ever being able to hold office again. That's not a unifying message in my book. I don't know about yours, but it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, all set. Back at it here. What are we looking at? A couple of other industry headlines. So, according to the report, Amazon has taken the next big step to establish capacity assurance for their delivery network, to grow it in-house, they say. Seattle-based company plans to launch a program to recruit hundreds of people to start their own trucking companies and haul goods exclusively for Amazon, they say. An IT publication reported the news Friday morning. Britton Ladd, an e-commerce consultant who was at one point an Amazon executive, said that he became aware of the initiative last year and that it will be fully operational by the end of the second quarter this year. Citing an internal Amazon document, the information reported that Amazon will create an incubator that provides business training and loans for entrepreneurs to start their own trucking companies. Now, the idea was planted several years ago. I recall talking about this back in mid-2018 when Amazon started recruiting delivery service drivers, independent intermediaries who would recruit workers to drive mostly for Amazon. The goal was to kind of funnel local delivery operations through individual contractors who each controlled dozens of drivers. The hope was that the contractors would be motivated by the big earnings potential to hire thousands of drivers across the country to augment Amazon's in-house fleet operations. Well, since that time, however, Amazon's delivery volumes have skyrocketed, and it handles about 2/3 of their deliveries in-house, a much higher percentage than 3 years ago. But obviously, with the COVID, with online shopping demand continuing to grow, and more drivers actually retiring, Amazon is on the horns of a dilemma. Whether it contracts out the freight or tries to handle the shipments themselves, I don't believe Amazon will be able to generate anywhere near the needed trucking capacity to keep up with the increased traffic, according to Ladd. Amazon did not respond for comment, but Ladd said Amazon, with a market cap of about $1.6 trillion, should begin looking at acquisitions at various points in the trucking supply chain. They should explore one or more of the major truckload companies. He didn't mention any names, but they should also strongly consider acquiring some digital brokerage platform, a.k.a. Convoy, which was founded by former Amazon executives. And they actually count Amazon founder Jeff Bezos as one of the investors. Convoy would be the ideal platform to keep the carriers that Amazon contracts with operating efficiently at all times, even when they're not hauling freight for Amazon. Another former Amazon executive who is chief technology officer at Flex, which is an on-demand warehousing company, said this latest Amazon incubator initiative is aimed more at the future of their business rather than the present. They're always planting seeds, which will grow into trees in, say, 5 to 7 years. So they're looking at delivery capacity several years out. Ladd said that Amazon needs to build from the ground up model that does not center on putting more trucks on the road. Rather, they should create a consortium of trucking companies, maybe including fleets that it sponsors. Okay, under the collaborative model, now I found this kind of interesting. Any truck in the consortium would pull any trailer. Any driver would drive any truck. That would ensure that trucks are able to operate nearly continuously because any driver with available driving hours would be able to keep the trucks going. So if I understand correctly, that's you've driven your maximum drive time and you've got to this point, and so I guess you're going to drop the trailer or park the truck. Another driver's going to hop in the seat and continue that load rolling. I don't know. I don't know how many drivers would be keen on the idea of participating in that kind of an operation. I don't know. But okay, so let's get back to your calls here at 844-844-3388. I believe we've got Cue Ball on the line. Hello, Cue Ball.
Good morning, Steve. I called in for something else, but where did he get these guys? Out of the banking industry to talk about trucking? What are these guys, insane?
Okay.
Slip seating. What you're describing is slip seating.
Okay.
Gee, when in the history of the trucking industry has that ever worked really well where anybody ever took care of equipment? Lobster, where are you? I think he knows a little bit about that. Right? Think about it. I mean, there's been many other companies that's done that whole slip seating thing. What are they going to do? They're going to have the driver get out of the truck and have somebody else get in the truck and keep going, and that driver's going to go do what? To the Amazon hotel?
That's what
when's the truck going to get any maintenance during the downtime it no longer has as they're efficiently slip seating the drivers in and out of this rig? You know, these rigs that break down because of the emission systems that fail or the DPF that don't DPF no more and the engine derates itself. I mean, what do I know? I drive an 84 Pete. I don't know spit. I've only been out here for 23 years, but I don't know crap about trucking. So what do I know?
Okay.
Jeff Bezos, he don't even know. I bet he doesn't even know a truck has a sleeper that drivers sleep in. Like this, he thinks we sleep in hotels. Who knows? But, you know, these are the big shots, the brilliant guys. So what do I know? But that's not why I called. Forgive me, Steve. I'm at home. I'm a few scotches deep, so It is what it is.
Not a problem.
But anyways, you know, Eagle touched base on something earlier, and I was sitting there thinking, I've been thinking about this for a while. And I called in on your show a couple of weeks ago, talked about this a little bit. Let me ask you this, Steve. Have you ever played a really, really good chess game in your life that you actually remember a lot of it?
I played chess when I was much younger, but yeah, me and my uncle used to play chess, and yeah, I got to where you'd be thinking ahead 2 or 3 moves, what they're going to do next, and all that. You know, it's a deep thinking game.
Yeah, but the point is, some of these really good games you've ever played, you remember for a good long while. There was one with me and my oldest son, and I'll never forget it because he's a much better chess player than me. And I thought this time I thought I had him good. And it turned out, no, he knows his father better than his father knows himself.
Yeah.
And he put me in a position where I thought I had it, and he just came in for the kill. And he looks at me after it was over. He said, "You thought you were going to beat me, didn't you?" I go, "Yeah, I honestly did. I thought I was going to just clean you out."
Checkmate.
He's like, "Yeah, I know you. I put you in that place, and that's how I won." But I'll never forget how he did it. That's my point. So when you look at the last, say, year, okay, if you start to realize they've been playing chess and we've been playing checkers. You know, when you look at everything that's gone on this last year, do you really think that none of this was somewhat planned? I mean, think about it. This virus that doesn't hurt a tremendous amount of people, but hurt enough that they overhyped to be like the next bubonic plague that was going to like wipe out the planet, like in like, you know, post-apocalyptic movies. Somehow that gets loose. Everybody overreacts, and we're still living with the overreaction to this day. And ultimately, the ultimate chess player is no longer playing chess right now because they're trying to run him to trial. The trial to kick him out of the office he no longer holds. So I'm starting to look back, just like that chess game with my son, and I sit and think, holy crap, man. We've been playing the wrong damn game. And I remember how badly I lost and why I lost. And that I got played for a sucker the whole damn time. But now enough time has passed in this game that we now could see what actually has been happening. So I'm going to ask you this. When you look at all the Democrats, can you name me any that buck the trend with the Democrat social? These are not JFK socialists. We all agree on that, okay? These are not JFK Democrats. I stand corrected. Sorry, Steve, a few scotches. Like I said, these are not JFK Democrats. Can you tell me any modern Democrat that bucks the trend, that doesn't do exactly as the whole party as a whole says to say or says to do? Can you name me one?
Anyone who attempts to do such a thing ends up booted from the party. I remember back early in the COVID, remember the representative in the state of Michigan who spoke and thanked Donald Trump for saving her life, in her own words, because she used hydroxychloroquine, which, of course, that was taboo. Yep. And she was removed from the damn party because she supported Trump.
That's correct. So my point is it safe to say that the Democrats have their game so solid that nobody dares to buck the trend? Nobody, in other words, you want unity. You know, Al Capone said it best. You get more with a kind word and a gun than you do with just a kind word. Dr. Dre, the rapper, had another thing in lyrics I won't say because this is on air, but basically when you got a gun pointed to your head, you become very agreeable. You say whatever you got to say, so the person holding that gun don't pull the trigger, right? This seems to be how the Democrats are operating. How in the hell do you get that many people to say the same exact thing from one end of the spectrum to the other? You manage to get the same thing said. So I'm telling you, it's central planning. There's somebody at the top, the boss of bosses, so to speak, if you want to go full mafia type analogy with this. There's a boss of bosses up there that gives the orders from up on high, and the orders trickle down all to the little minions, and you all know if they don't toe the party line, so to speak, they're not going to be in this game no more. Just like that one you just spoke of up in Michigan.
Yep.
She's not in the game no more, is she? She's out. So with that being said, let's look at the Republican side. It seems like that's just keeping Republicans to go the same route as like herding cats. That's not happening very well, is it?
No.
Exactly. So when you got, and this is what Eagle touched on, I never heard of this Marjorie Taylor Greene that everybody speaks of now, but apparently the voters voted her in. And let's be frank, Steve, there's no way in hell, just on your show, your former show's archives, there's no way in hell I could ever run for office. Just for me calling in enough times, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some of the things I've said over the years. This woman said some crazy things too, I suppose.
She did.
But the fact of the matter is, nobody is up on high giving the orders to say to support this person or to kick this person out because some support her, some don't. You got the Mitt Romneys of the world. You got the Pat Toomeys of the world. You've got, who's the other one? Liz Cheney of the world out there. They're in the same party as Donald Trump? What, are you kidding me? That's not even the same party. They don't even look the same. They're not speaking the same thing. They don't act the same. They don't walk the same. They don't look the same. They don't even have the same political philosophies. So how in the hell are they in the same party? You know, I heard it on Fox News and Newsmax. If there was to be a Patriot Party and Donald Trump ran under the Patriot Party, Republicans would come in a strong number 3. The Democrats would surely win because they would divide it up. But the Patriot would be number 2. The Republicans would be number 3, a.k.a. Dead and buried. There'd be nothing left. They would be so they're decimated, they wouldn't exist. So that's the kind of game that I think is being politically played now with this impeachment, to ensure the fact that Republicans do not go with any kind of censure or conviction of Donald Trump as now a Republican. They know that Donald Trump, if he went to a Patriot Party, would completely decimate and end the Republican Party. In other words, in 5 years, if Donald Trump started Patriot Party or went with it, the Republican Party in 5 years would not exist in any capacity.
Yeah,
and they know it. They absolutely know that. So the whole thing I'm calling about is simply this: people need to think about that. The Republicans do not have the solid, absolute iron grip on the people that are in the party like the Democrats do. The problem is the Democrats go full scorched earth in their politics. They do whatever they need to do. They say whatever they got to say, and they're all winning, and they all say the same exact thing. They're all in lockstep. They don't argue or bicker amongst each other. But the Republicans, you got your establishment types, which, as far as I'm concerned, you have Liz Cheney, Pat Toomey, Mitt Romney. Like I said earlier, they may as well be Democrats. They're worse than useless to me, the way I look at it. So if nobody can get the Republicans to actually act like they got a set of stones, then they're useless. They need to just be gotten rid of. They need to just be shoved aside and let somebody bigger, badder, with stones, actual patriots that are willing to mix it up and actually get crap done in Washington. Actually get it done, not just the talk, the dog and pony show and the yap, yap, yap and all you hear all the time. You know what's funny? The Democrats, they got the yap, yap, yapping down right, but they also got their militant wing out here on the streets, stomping ass, taking names, and burning whole cities down. Funny how they do more than just talk, don't they?
Yes, sir. So I guess long story
Meanwhile,
short,
what are we doing?
You're saying the Democratic Party would love nothing more than to actually see Donald Trump form a Patriot Party. Now, if that would be the ultimate goal, then they would not proceed down the path of this the 14th Amendment thing that would bar him from ever holding office. Because if they do that, he can't start the Patriot Party.
Well, that's what they want to do, but I don't think that it's going to work out that way. You can bar Donald Trump from holding office, and I have this weird sinking feeling that he's not going to go. I don't think I have that sinking feeling he's not going to try to run for president again. I think what he's going to do is he's going to try to take over a political party, whether he's going to try to, which would be easier, and I would understand if the Republicans were to continue to exist and be useful in this nation. They have to get rid of the the Toomeys, the Romneys, the Liz Cheneys of the party. They got to get rid of them. They are socialist Democrats. They need to go over there where they belong and stop muddying the water over here on the Republican side where they do not belong. They do not speak for somebody like me. I shouldn't speak for you. I apologize. They do not speak for me. I'm not even a registered Republican. I'm registered independent because I never saw a Republican that actually had a backbone and a set of stones to actually get something done until Donald Trump. I already said Donald Trump is the first politician I ever voted for. I usually voted against the other guy. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Until you get rid of these weak, useless Republicans, you're not going to make a Republican Party strong again, ever. So you redo the Republican Party, which is what I think Trump's trying to do because the infrastructure, for lack of a better term, is already there to use it in that manner. But you got to get rid of these. You got rid of these weaks. If you don't get rid of these weak ones, they're done. Oh, by the way, Liz Cheney, she still got her all her leadership committees or whatever the hell nonsense she's got, right?
Yes, sir.
That all failed, right? Mm-hmm. But that Marjorie Taylor Greene, they sure stripped her down to nothing, didn't they?
Sure did. Yes, sir.
And that's why I mentioned that. I don't see the Republican Party changing to be anything but Democrat light. And until that's over, you need a third party. And so I think right now Donald Trump's saying he's going to stick with the Republicans to get through the impeachment. And if he can't reform the Republican Party, he's got to just end it. And if he goes full-on Patriot Party with a bunch of guys with some stones like Matt Gaetz, Devin Nunes, guys like that, Ted Cruz, those are the guys that'll mix it up. Listen, let's go back in history, World War II. Neville Chamberlain kissed Hitler's ass, right? What happened? How'd that play out for him? The bomb still fell in London, didn't they? You can't appease these people. You have to fight fire with fire. These Democrats have top down from the top. Now, who's the boss of bosses on the Democrat side? God only knows. I think the CCP, if you ask me. But the top down, they all speak the same thing, and they know if they ever step out of line, they're out. Republicans don't do anywhere near the same. You got to fight fire with fire. There's no meeting evil halfway. You either take them down, defeat them, or you live under their jackboot. Those are your two options. This meanly mouthed back and forth nonsense, it ain't going to work. I still think that the third party is going to be the ultimate way to fly. If they can't reform the Republican Party and kick these rhinos out, finally, think about it. I don't know how many years you've been following politics, Steve, but I've been alive since Carter. I've been following it since the first George Bush, 41st president.
Yes, sir.
And I haven't seen a Republican worth of salt since Donald Trump. So you tell me. And I'm 43 years old. So if the majority of my life I've seen the Republican Party just fold every time that they see a little bit of opposition, chances are the next X amount of years of my life, I'm just going to see them do the same thing. They're just going to fold and fold and fold because it's all they've ever known to do.
Yeah. Well, we did indeed. We held our nose and voted for Mitt Romney because what was the alternative? We held our nose and voted for John McCain, no less. What the hell? But what was the alternative?
Yep.
And that's all we've had for years and years, and you're right. Cue Ball, thank you so much for the call. Appreciate you chiming in. All right, that frees up another line. We lost Dan, not Don. I think Dan was on the line. And who else did we lose? Chevy guy. Yeah, he'll call back. It is 844-844-3388. Hang in there. Horse Feathers got you coming up. This time maybe you'll actually be able to hear me. I think Eagle's got an update on, I think he was calling about weather a bit ago, and again, room for you. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Saw several posts saying, Buttigieg has the COVID. That's not what I'm seeing. According to Reuters, Pete Buttigieg, the new transportation secretary, is in quarantine for 14 days after a member of his security detail indeed tested positive for COVID this past day. That's the official word from the department. They said Buttigieg underwent routine PCR testing earlier on Monday. That came back negative. He's not showing any symptoms, but he has received his first dose of vaccine in recent weeks. Now they say he will get his second dose when the quarantine is completed. Of course, Buttigieg did appear in public on Friday at an event at Union Station. He did wear a mask when he delivered his remarks, but that's kind of the official word in regards to Mayor Pete, or now Transportation Secretary Pete. Hey, let's see if we can get old Horse Feathers online this time. Hello, Horse Feathers.
Morning, Your Honor.
I can hear you. Can you
Hello?
hear me?
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Hello? No, I got you, Steve. I got you. Messing with you. It's 2:30 in the morning. You know, what else is there to do but mess with Steve?
That's right.
So, yeah, that's right. So, and now, like you've all said, I called in about something else, but now you go and mention this thing about Buttigieg. How old is he?
I'm not real sure. I don't know.
Not 40, right? Not 40, right?
I don't think so.
Because he was like 30-something as a mayor. So, as the first openly gay mayor, as we all have to make sure we specify, so how does he qualify for a vaccination? Does he have AIDS? Is he compromised somehow? What's the deal that somebody that's 40 years old is getting vaccines before other people in the country that, you know, have other problems and are more elderly and more susceptible to the virus than he would be?
I don't know.
Why is he getting a vaccine?
Aren't members of the House and the Senate, that's a so-called leadership? I mean, hell, AOC got her first vaccine a matter of days after it was released, and that's the same question that was asked about her. Now, she said she was getting it to instill some public confidence for people that are scared to get the vaccine. So she was going to set an example. Look, I'm going to take the vaccine. I'm not scared of it. That's the message they were presenting.
No, I'm getting the vaccine because I don't want to get the virus and screw the rest of you, is what it is. And what does the transportation secretary need of, what'd you say that member was of his hit squad or whatever that tested positive? He has a
security detail.
He has a
security detail. Yes.
Why does the transportation secretary need a security detail?
I don't know who all gets protection up there. Everybody in D.C., do they have security details? I don't know.
And how many people are involved in this security detail? I mean, is it like a full NFL team, or is it, like one person is a driver for them, and we give them a vehicle to ride around in and be driven around in with somebody doing it, as well as the salary he gets. Anyways, it's not why I called. Hey, I'm back down here in Virginia, and I heard some noise here not too long ago. Now, they got a highway here, and I believe it's mostly 15. I'm not sure if 17's involved with it, US 15, US 17. It's called Jefferson Davis Highway. It's pretty long highway through Virginia, and it's pretty major road. Did you know they're looking to change the name of that? They want to change the name of the Jefferson Davis Highway. They want to change it to the Emancipation Highway.
Okay.
Any thoughts?
Well, we're changing.
Here we go again.
Changing everything else.
Here are the statues.
There was another statue that came down somewhere yesterday. I can't recall. I think it was in Georgia. Actually, there was in some town in Georgia. Yeah, there was another that was moved somewhere from one point to another in Dalton, I think, this past day as well.
So, does he have any reports of book burnings yet? Are we burning all the history books yet? I don't know. I think, as Q-Ball just said, we better look at what Hitler did over in Germany in the the late 20s, early 30s, and take note, because I think a lot of that's starting to happen here. It's really, really getting scary out there. Before I say the world went crazy, Steve. Now the world's getting scary with everything that's going on. But anyways, hey, to switch over to the transportation stuff you're talking about there, and you're talking about Amazon and them looking to do more of their own transportation. Do you think there's 3 letters that might be involved in what they might be talking about?
Oh,
do you think YRC comes to mind?
There's several that come to mind, but that's one that could use some help, I guess, right?
They're the ones that'd be the easiest to scoop up and convert to what they want, who already have a network in place of being able to, pick up, deliver, exchange, and they're right in line with doing that truck swapping deal, whether you repower a trailer with another truck, or whether you just have a driver come out and get in the truck and just keep it moving down the road. I remember back in the day up on the New York Thruway, there was a rest area up there, one of the service plazas, and normally the service plazas on the Thruway, they have a building on each side of the highway. So if you're on the eastbound side, you had your own building, and if you're on the westbound side, you had your own building. But they had this one that had a crossover. So when you were going east, you would cross over the highway, and you would park in the eastbound lot. They had the lot divided, so you couldn't change sides of the lot. So the westbound traffic stayed in the westbound lot, the eastbound traffic stayed in the eastbound lot, but they only needed one building. So they put up a building and a bridge instead of 2 buildings. So what would happen with this freight company, and I won't say that it was a union type freight company, but this the LTL transportation, and they'd have a driver come in on one side from New York City, and he'd be on the westbound side of the fence, and the driver from Buffalo would come in, and he'd be on the eastbound side of the fence, and they'd both gather up their belongings and get out of their respective trucks, and they'd cross over the fence, and they'd get in each other's trucks, and the eastbound driver would now proceed west, and the westbound driver would now proceed east, and he'd, so that way that each driver started at a terminal and returned to the same terminal, but the load went all the way through. So yeah, it's been done. I mean, there's ways to do it, and it's a different way of looking at trucking, but yeah, and it's pretty much, the trucks never shut off, like Q-Ball said. I mean, they ran constantly. It's so. I guess you run them until the wheels fall off. When the wheels fall off, you have a wrecker, bring out another one. So, but But anyway, so I don't know. It's all turning, I don't know, not crazy anymore. I guess we're going to scary. We're moving up. Can we do like the alert levels? Can we color code it now? You know, you have crazy and scary, and I don't know. Do we have to have something for like the purple color that's above scary?
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so, and speaking of above scary, well, as Knucklebuster said, well, what are you doing with this weather stuff you're sending out this way?
Yes.
You got two jet streams going at the same time now. I mean, that's good. And then we got the polar vortex. You were talking about the polar vortex, and then so I don't know.
What's next?
But yeah, for our next major weather, they're talking about is supposed to be Wednesday afternoon, go all night Wednesday night into Thursday, and end up with like 4 to 6 inches of snow there for northern Maryland. And I did see Pennsylvania had signs out yesterday afternoon that there was a weather advisory for this morning. So I don't know. That was going up 83 into York. So I don't know if that means that Pennsylvania was going to start shutting down the highways today, or what? Do you have any?
I don't
thing from Pennsylvania?
I don't see anything about road restrictions at this point. But what Pennsylvania's getting is the same system. I mean, it's that line of snow that right now, hell, stretches from. You got snow from Scranton back to Pittsburgh, then back to Columbus, Ohio. And all I know is people in like southwest Ohio and northern Kentucky got a hell of a lot more snow than the forecasters told them they were going to get.
Well, that ought to have Pennsylvania right in line to start shutting down the highways to all the commercial traffic. So how does Lester get the mail delivered if he goes to Pittsburgh and stuff all the time? How does he get the mail to Pittsburgh? It's no wonder why the mail's 2 months behind if they keep closing all the highways in Pennsylvania. Crazy, Steve. Well, it's scary. We moved to scary. I'm sorry. We'll get it corrected here. So, anyways, hey, with that, good to hear Grump on the air, Cue Ball, and Double R. So, anyways, we'll chat at you later there and let you go try to find some more intelligent callers.
Thank you for checking in there, Horse Feathers. I'm looking at right now on the radar. Some of the heaviest snow is now falling from. You say just north of Cincinnati, if you're on 74, Cincinnati to Indianapolis, you've got numerous bands. Some of these are the enhanced bands. You'll be in heavy snow, then it lightens up, then another heavy band. There's like 3 different bands of enhanced snow. And those lines, some of those enhanced lines extend all the way down to like Evansville, Indiana, and southwestern portions of Indiana. Not much happening in Kentucky now. I think the worst is through. I don't know if this band in southern Indiana is going to continue to hold together and bring us another inch or so of snow before the sun comes up in the morning. But here in southwest Ohio. But I'm looking at all kinds of pictures from in and around the suburbs, from Monroe back over into southeastern Indiana. There are people saying, they told us 2 to 4 inches all day long. They missed that because we're already over 6 and it's still snowing. Okay. All right, what are we looking at? About 15 before the hour, and back to the phones we go. Who's next up here? I'm not exactly sure who it is. It's me calling back.
It's the Adonis of trucking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the
okay.
Adonis of trucking.
Okay, what's going on, Army?
I sure hope you've got 4-wheel drive.
Well, I've got front-wheel drive. Does that count?
No.
No.
You might as well just bring a toboggan to work. Unless you got a bag of concrete in the trunk or a dead body or 3. You got a couple dead bodies in the trunk or a bag of concrete?
Yeah, I can get my dog to say, I'll put my skis on and ride. Turbo will mush along, dog.
There you go. That should do the trick. And how goes the saga of the broken central heat and air unit?
They did repair. They put the motor in this past day, the drip pan, whatever, and it turns out that we know it needs a control board too. I'll be damned. So.
Oh, whoopsie! Oh, don't you wish you had a fireplace at the house, man?
We got. That's why we've got the electric fireplace. We got the electric fireplace that it generates quite a bit of heat. We've got like 3 different space heaters that we've been running on. So
that worries me. Every time somebody says something about running a space heater, that just worries me because I think of house wiring and I'm like, yeah. Those things draw a lot of current, could draw a lot of current.
they do, yes.
Maybe
yes,
it's
they
not
do.
as bad as I think.
Well, no, if we've got the space heater, we got
said.
one in the dining room. If we got the space heater on in the dining room or the fireplace, if we turn the microwave on, it blows a breaker, So they draw a lot of juice.
Oh, yeah, you're looking at 1.5 kilowatts per space heater, roughly. 1,500 watts. That's a whole lot of power to be pulling through 14-gauge house wire.
Yeah.
That scares me on many levels, especially at a high duty cycle like you're going to be doing because, polar vortex, et cetera, et cetera.
0 degrees, yes.
I'm one of these people, I just love a good wood stove.
Yeah.
Just give me a wood stove and some fans. Anyway, I wanted to jump on what Cue Ball was talking about a little bit ago, and hopefully he's switched off of the Scotch and onto the Sprite. But let's look back at 92, where we did have a guy. Let me make sure. Are you still with me?
Big Ed.
Did I lose you?
Big Ed. Are you with me?
Hello?
Yeah.
All right, you're still with me. Good. I didn't lose myself. So back in 1992, we had Ross Perot with his big ears and his third party run. And the only reason the Clintons actually clinched the presidency was because at the very last second he pulled the plug. Let's take a lesson from that. Up until the moment he pulled the plug, he was the projected winner. So there's that, and then there's something else that Cue Ball. I like the dude really. I like what he was saying and everything. The guy seems really smart, but President Trump showed himself to be the king of all trolls. The whole 4 years he was in office, this man trolled the left so bad, so much of the time, it made their heads explode, literally. So, okay, they censure him. They prevent him from being able to hold office again, whatever. They go what they think they want. But they're not taking into account that Trump Jr. is almost as popular as his daddy. And then here's something else to throw into the mix. I was on the little birdie app earlier when I woke up, whatever, this afternoon, whatever. And I read a tweet from Elon Musk. Apparently he wants to get together with former President Trump and develop their own social networking app. The richest guy on earth, Rocket Man himself. No, better than Rocket Man, because that's what Kim Jong-un wants to develop a social networking app with former President Trump.
So you're talking Elon?
And then we're talking about
Elon Musk. I didn't.
Yeah, possible third party run.
Yeah, I didn't think Elon and Trump really saw eye to eye. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, but they may not have at some point. But I'll tell you what, the state of California treating Elon Musk the way they have, and him migrating all of his operations to Texas, might just be one of those situations of what's that old country song about coming around to my way of somebody else's way of thinking. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
That's what I'm pointing at. So I'm like a third party forming from whatever, and then you got some real heavy hitters out there. Hannity, Bongino, Lou Dobbs. The list goes on ad infinitum. I'm not going to count Rush Limbaugh out, but he's, his fuse ain't going to be burning much longer. Poor guy, God bless. But you see where I'm going with this. is there's everything in place to form a third party and to make it work and to actually have it be viable. Extremely viable. More viable than what Ross Perot tried to pull off in 1992. And like I said at the beginning toward the beginning of the call, Ross Perot had the presidency clinched up until the moment he pulled the plug, and a third, half, a quarter of his followers bailed and voted for Clinton, including me. Food for thought, man.
Well, so yeah.
Anyway,
if Trump were to try to, say start a Patriot Party is the word they've been using. You're thinking put Don Jr. up to be like the head of the ticket? Is that
the
what
presidential? Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Either Ted Cruz heads it up with Don Jr. as the vice.
Gotcha. That would make more sense.
That.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that would make more sense. Only thing is you'd have to get, the entire Republican Party and a whole bunch of the so-called independents, to go along. At least at this point in time, I would say Cue Ball's probably right that the Democrats would win hands down. Yeah, the Patriot Party would probably be a good second. Republican Party, a distant third. But you're splitting. It doesn't take a whole lot of splitting. Because there's still today, we know there are more registered Democrats than there are Republicans in most states around the country. I don't know if it's I think on a national scale, it's that way. It's always that independent vote, those that are moderates that would make up the difference to put a Republican candidate ahead of a Democrat. But yeah, he mentioned, I did a quick search there, and he's right. I'm surprised I hadn't heard about that. Donald Trump Jr., it is, has urged Elon Musk to come up with his own social media platform that can blow Twitter away and save free speech in America. This is going back after his father was banned from Twitter. The elder son of Donald Trump hit out at Twitter for what he called their bias and their one-way targeted censorship and invited the SpaceX chief to create a rival social networking site which gives a platform to neutral arbiters. All right. Wanted to come up with something to deal with nonsense on the censorship, and that's going on right now, obviously. It's all targeted one way, he said. Why doesn't Elon Musk create a social media platform? This guy put manned people into space. He did so privately. He took on big government. He did it better, cheaper, faster than they ever could. Yeah, this is the guy to do it. This is, I guess, back in the middle of January, he said that. Don Jr. said he considered Musk to be the right person to stand up against Twitter after the tech mogul took on West Coast High Tech for turning into the de facto arbiter of free speech. Yeah, that after Amazon, Apple, Google, all blacklisted right-wing social media, and now they're going back to the whole dismissal of Parler, that platform. Okay, so I guess it's the London Independent there in the UK had the story. And again, several weeks ago now, I don't see any follow-up. Did Elon Musk respond to that? Does he have any interest? Again, I'm thinking back in time. I thought Musk and Trump didn't really see eye to eye on a lot of different things. But all right, what are we looking at? About 5 before the hour. Let's get back to the calls here at 844-844-3388. Guess who? Dan, not Dawn.
I was going to say Steve Summers would I win, but daggone, you caught me.
Uh-huh.
The hill is screwed up going south. It's all messed up. You can't pack any more trucks in there. Where's a sardine can?
Cutting the hill?
I just come through there. Yeah, I just come down through there. It took me 2 hours to go from Florence. I'm just now almost to Dayton.
Okay.
It's nasty. They must have got 6 or 8 inches of snow there down in Cincinnati. You're going to have a heck of a drive home, son. You better, that guy's right. You better have
piling
full
up.
drive.
I don't know what the hell. Forecasters are going to have some splaining to do this morning when they come on because they got this. About a week ago they were talking. Maybe one of these storms like 3 to 5 inches or something. I think we ended up with a half inch and mostly rain out of it. And of course, then they've been saying most. Going back, Saturday, Sunday, and even early on Monday, they were saying, yeah, we're going to see a shot of snow. Now we could see 1.5 inches out of this. And then later in the day, they bumped it up and say, well, maybe 2 or 3 in some isolated spots. And then I get out of bed this past evening, and then my wife says, well, we got a winter storm warning. The Weather Channel's saying 3 to 5 with isolated 6. And hell, I think most of this area's got 6, and it's still coming down.
Yeah, it's snowing hard still here, coming down towards Dayton.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, my son,
Don Jr., I think Don Jr. will run for the president. I think that Ron DeSantis will be his vice president pick to run with him, governor of Florida.
Okay, I don't know I don't know if Don Jr. is ready to be top of the ticket. I mean, I'm thinking he would almost have to have someone, with more experience as the head of the ticket. But I don't know. I guess time will tell.
Yeah. The Republican Party called me Monday or yesterday, and I had to apologize to the woman 3 times. I didn't mean to yell at her or raise my voice, and I just told her there's no way I'd back the Republican Party. I told her whatever Donald Trump decides to do, that's what I'm voting. That's the way I'm going.
Wow, what you have to
Don't
say
even
about
ask me
that?
for any money anymore. She goes, I understand. I said, I'm sick of these rhinos. I said, they all stabbed him in the back. I said, he's the best president we've ever had. I think he's twice the president Ronald Reagan ever was.
Yeah.
Because he's for the working man. And he was for the American people. Didn't matter where you was from, where your family was from. If you was a American citizen, by God, he fought for you. It didn't matter what color your skin was, if he was male or female.
Yep.
He fought the same. And the Democrats, he was taking everything away from them. He was taking the money bag out of their pocket, and they didn't like it. So,
well, for what it's worth, and everybody doing well. Yep. I saw someone that sent me a photo of. I guess they had received their Republican National Committee membership renewal in the mail, and they had scrawled on this something about, don't ever ask me for money again. I'm no longer a member of the Republican Party. I am going to register as an independent. And something almost exactly what you were saying, that stabbed Trump in the back.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I was going to change mine to independent. I said, I'm sick of them. I said, they only got a handful in the Senate and a handful in the Congress that you can even count on the Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have very many Ted Cruzes and Jim Jordans. So if that's what they want to do, then oh well. And I honestly believe if Trump started a third party, he'd win hands down. That's what I told that woman. I said, if Trump starts a third party, he will win hands down, because I think more than 75 million people voted for him, to be honest. I think it was more like 100 million voted for him.
Wow.
Just to shift it over to that other idiot.
Yep. That's kind of funny. I just pulled up. I kind of refreshed to see what the latest forecast was, because, like I said, we've already seen more than 5 or 6 inches, and the latest from the National Weather Service is lo and behold, we're in the 4 to 8 inch zone now. 4 to 8. Oh boy!
I can believe it.
I think we're going to see that 8 in many areas. All right. Well, Dan, good to hear from you.
I was trying to make it home to plow snow the rest of the night.
This
ain't happening.
This will be the first time, in my neighborhood that I think some of the neighbors are going to have to bust out the snow blowers. I don't think we had to use the snow blowers all winter last year. And I remember, I think I actually got out and shoveled my driveway. I think one time maybe, where I did the whole driveway. That was the morning we had 3 inches of snow or something. Yeah, this will be the biggest shoveler we've had in quite some time. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Hey, back at it. Cross over the midnight hour there on the West Coast. Welcome into a Tuesday. Here it is. Back with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Again, if you weren't with us early on, we announced our special guest coming up Friday. None other than the guy that got it started, the guy that brought Steve Sommers back, gave him another chance behind the microphone. One Chris Gabrelchik, founder, the boss man at Hot Shot Secret. He's going to join us. I know many of you will want to call, say, hey, thanks for bringing the show back, all that good stuff. Chris, I think he's agreed to come on with us and via telephone. And if we want him for 2 hours, or 3 hours, or all 5 hours, he'll be happy to hang out with us. So look forward to that coming up on Friday morning. And, of course, don't forget, we'll also be announcing our latest winners of our giveaway. We've got another of the Stellar Electronic Pluto Duo headsets, like a $200 value, 99% noise-canceling technology. We've been giving one of these away each week. This will be third week. We'll have 2 more to go after this. Second prize, of course, our Hot Shot Secret Big Rig Duo, as we call it. 2 64-ounce bottles of Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, 2 64-ounce bottles of the Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme. So there you go. Make sure you're with us Friday morning. And you got to get registered for that before Friday morning, because we pulled the winner out of the hat late Thursday evening. So we've got our winners come early Friday morning. Simply go to overnightdriveradio.com to get registered for the giveaway. Click on contest. You can go back every day and register and get additional entries. And the more you share via social media outlets, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and email, you can even get email it and get additional entries. That's how you get to be a winner, right? Under our industry headlines, quickly here for Robert Palm of Truckers Final Mile. He said the calls have been frequent. Over the past year, it's been common for this charity. If you're not familiar, the Truckers Final Mile, they pay to return truck drivers to their families in the event that they pass out there on the road, to get 2 or 3 requests in a week's time. Palm said just last week, Truckers Final Mile responded to help the family members of 2 deceased drivers in 1 day's time. Demand for the service, Palm said, has been at an all-time high. At the same time, they're facing bigger challenges in securing donations. With most in-person truck shows canceled, that was always one of their best fundraisers. They didn't have anything pretty much in 2020. Truckers Final Mile lost one of its most successful ways to generate funds and gain exposure. Now, Palm said, we are getting more help and more calls for help. Palm is an Oida Life member from New Mexico. He founded the charity back in 2013. But shows kept getting canceled, and for a couple of sponsors that have reduced donations this year because they've been struggling with the effects of COVID like everyone else. We've had a couple of trucking companies refer families to us because they don't have the budget for it either. This pandemic has made it more difficult to raise money. It's complicated the process of getting deceased truck drivers home. Now, of the dozens of truckers that charity has helped in the past year, Palm said 7 were actually have confirmed to have died of COVID-19. A couple of them made it to hospitals. Some passed away in their trucks. They thought they could beat it. They said, I can get myself through that, and died in their truck. In addition to drivers dying of COVID, the pandemic has made it more difficult to get deceased drivers home, regardless of the cause of death. In some of the hot spots, places like California, funeral homes may have a 2-month wait before they can start preparing bodies for their return because they're so overwhelmed. In some instances, Palm said last week, they were being told that it would be 25 business days before anything could be done to prepare the bodies. In other parts of the country, Truckers Final Mile has dealt with the deaths in the middle of the week, and the funeral home unable to conduct services that weekend. Now, prices vary drastically depending on where a truck driver passes and where he or she might be from. Palm said the goal is to take one less worry away from the family who just lost a spouse or a father or a mother, or whatever the case might be. We don't want the family to have that burden here. So we don't want to use their life insurance policy to pay to try and get them home. Some of these families suddenly become single-parent homes. So that's our mission, to eliminate the burden of that cost for the family. In January, truck driver Manny Lycan III passed away in Tennessee. Trucker Final Mile is taking care of the cost to get his remnants back to Texas. Johnny, the son of Manny, said, I cannot explain how grateful I am for Truckers Final Mile and Robert Palm. When the funeral home set all the bills and the paperwork I had to fill out, I was a mess. I almost broke down. Robert took the time to go through everything with me. If it wasn't for their help, we probably wouldn't have been able to get my father back to Texas. So it is Truckers Final Mile. I believe I believe it's truckersfinalmile.org. They are a 501c3 charity, and they could use some help, like so many others, in what is a demanding time. But all right, with that, back to the calls we go. It's been that's the last time we spoke to you. I think we talked to Heatwave last night, didn't we? What's going on, senor?
No, not a whole hell of a lot, senor. Nope, y'all didn't talk to me last night. I was busy getting stuff ready for the trip today. Oh, Lordy. Oh, I got a lot on my mind. Glad to hear Horse Feathers is safely out there passing gas again.
Mm-hmm.
At the football game, I got a little bit of a debate here with my co-driver about the game. He asked me if I watched it, and I said no. Nope, I wasn't going to watch it because of what they stand for, what they've been pushing.
Yeah.
And I said, when I did get up from my nap to just take a look-see at the score, I saw this Jeep ad talking about a reunited States of America. And I thought, you know what? I am totally done. I don't need to be brainwashed by all these leftists that started the damn fights and division, trying to tell me now I have to conform to their way of being peaceful and playing nice with them. Screw that. I'm so totally done with it. And then I was talking to another driver, and he said, well, they had the black national anthem. I was like, what in the hell? Why is the national anthem of our country not good enough? You know, if that's going to be the case where they're going to, cater to one damn group of people, then a mixed European family, I want to have a national anthem for me. It don't, just say it's the European national anthem for Americans of European descent.
Yeah.
We have gone that far to where if something doesn't fit you, then you need to go ahead and have a song or a whatever out in public enforced upon the public. I'm sorry.
Are we supposed to do the Italian American anthem, the Asian American anthem? That take your pick.
Exactly.
At what point we've got The Star Spangled Banner is the national anthem in this country.
That's right. That's it. I mean, we owe no allegiance to anyone else. And if you truly hate what you have here in America, where you are given the freedoms to act the fool that you are, or, the smart person that you can be, you have the opportunities to go from 0 to 100, with education, with businesses, with money. The government is not supposed to be giving you handouts. They're supposed to be giving you a hand up to get you back on your feet. We're not supposed to be out here for you to suck on the damn teeth of a society just so you can have your own damn way of life, which is, something the rest of us wish we could do, but we know we can't because we have obligations. But I mean, if you are so disgusted with what you have here, just absolutely hate it, then I think, you should be offered a one-way ticket to the country of your choice, and you just renounce your citizenship just as soon as you signed receipt for that ticket. I'm just so, it is beyond words about how disgusted I am with the attitudes of the people out here. Well, let's see here. I got off of that rant. Now I forgot what else I was going to talk about. Well, my daughter had her car stolen in Albuquerque. I think I mentioned that a couple of weeks ago, and it's like, well, that's no big thing because Albuquerque's #1 in the country for auto thefts.
Really?
But they did finally. I believe so. I think if they ain't #1, then they're in the top 5. So anyway, the police finally did recover the vehicle. And she said, Daddy, we got everything out of there that we thought we had and then some. But she said there was this sterile smell inside the vehicle. And I'm wondering if they aren't using that vehicle to drive around to cook their meth or whatnot that might have been in there. She said the vehicle was fine except for the steering column was all tore to hell. And I guess that's how they got that thing started.
Mm-hmm.
By ripping that steering column down and just doing whatever they had to do to it. But I mean, my girl, she has gone through so much crap in the last, 3 weeks with her car getting stolen, with her husband not being able to find work in New Mexico because that jackass of a governor, she got everybody shut down. And then with her brother passing away this past Thursday, I mean, she is just a damn mess. So I told her, I said, whenever she goes to Virginia to be with her best buddy, who's going to have her first baby, I said, you know what? You just go ahead and you invest all your interest in that child for as long as you're there to, be with your best friend and just, enjoy the life that has been brought into the world. Because I tell you, there's nothing so innocent as a precious newborn that is just immune to. They have no idea what hatred is. They have no idea of what, racism is. I mean, to them, you're it. And if there's a baby next to them that's a different color, they don't seem to care.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, I just told her, you go out there and you have yourself a good time, but be sure you come back so you can make more money to make payments on this other car I helped you get. So, but yeah, that's I guess that's about it for now. Everything else is going pretty good. We're out here in Southern California, and the last time I looked, it was 50 degrees. We're heading back to Albuquerque, and hopefully we can do a turn in the yard. And yeah, I agree with Grump there with what he was talking about earlier, and then the other one that was on Scotch and Soda, he was saying pretty good.
Old cue ball, yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, cue ball. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was, just agreeing with him, and there was another, back in the early 80s, there was another candidate for president that ran on a independent ticket, and I think he might have got 3% of the vote. I'm not really for sure, but his name, I believe, was John Anderson. I know Anderson was the last name. I'm not really for sure about the first name, but that's the first time I had ever in my life seen a third-party candidate, and it sure didn't do Mondale any good when Reagan beat his ass. But that's if Trump were to go with a third party, I think he can draw enough Republicans, true Republicans, to vote for him or his party leader, whoever it's going to be. And I think there's probably enough Democrats out there that are really ticked off at what's going on right now. They don't want to be associated with socialism. They want to be associated with the John F. Kennedy Democrat. So, I don't know. This is going to be an interesting next couple of years. I just wonder when we can finally use Thomas Jefferson's quote and actually rattle the liberty of freedom by shaking some of its limbs from time to time. You think that might be a good time now to start shaking it? I just don't want to be raking up the leaves,
I hear you.
But anyways, I guess.
All right. Well, with that heat wave, thank you so much for chiming in this morning. Be safe out there, and we'll chat again.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
A couple of tidbits to throw your way. Starting today, February the 9th through the 15th, it's called the Love Your Diesel Everyday Sale. Spend $35 or more at hotshotsecret.com, and they'll toss in a free 4-ounce everyday diesel treatment. There is no coupon code required for that, just any $35 or more purchase. And throughout the month of February, this would be kind of a dealer promotion, a dealer sale. We'll be promoting Shift Restore for the month of February. So for the dealers out there, you purchase cases of Shift Restore and you earn bonus points. They just call for details. And if you'd like more information about maybe becoming a dealer, feel free to visit their website, or you can call them toll free at 800-341-6516. Again, 800-341-6516. I think we've had a few people kind of inquire about, maybe becoming a dealer for Hot Shots. They're always, looking for expansion and more potential dealers out there. Okay. Cue Ball did send me a quick message here a few minutes ago. Said over 70% of Republicans are what they call Trump Republicans, meaning they will follow Trump to the Patriot Party. Which would leave Republicans in third place, a.k.a. the third party, non-existent. You're probably right about that. I know that an overwhelming majority, it is in somewhere close to that 70%. I've seen the polls that still support Donald Trump, even after what unfolded on October the 6th, January the 6th. They're not blaming the president for what unfolded with some unruly individuals storming the Capitol and all that stuff. So, all righty, it's 844-844-3388. What's going on with the Eagle this morning? Hey there.
Yeah, I wanted to finish up with the first call I had about the weather situation. Yeah, I was, after I hung up with you, I'm on my way to Oklahoma City. Yeah, I wanted you to try to go over what's happening with Oklahoma City weather and what's going to go, if they're going to have any snow and ice, what's going to happen. Because I did check out this information that you gave on earlier about Oklahoma City having a lot of accidents and roads being shut down in Oklahoma City. I didn't know all that was going on. So
Yeah, that was yesterday morning.
Yeah,
It's all quiet there this morning. Now that next storm is going to begin coming together later today, and so I think maybe by later on this afternoon or evening there may be some messy conditions again on the horizon for Oklahoma City. I'll pull up a more specific breakdown for you here, though.
Yeah, I wanted to find out, what the deal is, because, Oklahoma City, they have Interstate 40 and 35, so they got a lot of traffic that travels through that area. So, especially truck drivers, that's the way most truck drivers go to California is on Interstate 40. So, hopefully everything, won't get iced up like it did, a couple of days ago. But like I told you earlier, Steve, it's been this winter is getting to be pretty wild. I think we're gonna have winter might last go into March. It looked like maybe the end of March. But yeah, well, what did you say was going on in Cincinnati? You say where you at? You say it's snowing and ice, and that one guy called in a few minutes ago and was talking about it took him a long time to get into Cincinnati.
We had light snow that started sometime like this past afternoon. I was sleeping at that point. About 9 o'clock when I got up, I think we might have had an inch and a half, somewhere in that range. The forecasting, they were telling us we might pick up an inch or two, and then later on they were saying, well, maybe 2 to 4. Now, hell, it's up to 4 to 8 now. We're in the 4 to 8 zone because it's been snowing, and through the night we've had several bands of enhanced snow. It's a mess. Between Cincinnati and Columbus, Cincinnati, Indianapolis, all down the Ohio River line, mostly in Indiana versus the Kentucky side.
Yeah, Tim. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, Cincinnati look like it's got a little bit of snow. Hopefully, you guys won't get too much more, and it won't ice up. That's the main thing. But one other thing I wanted to say, Steve, to Cue Ball and what's his other guy's name they called in? Yeah, Grump, I think that's his name. Those two guys, they had some good calls tonight. I like what they had to say. Cue Ball happened to mention my name. I appreciate that. People that do mention my name in their calls, because I'll be listening after I hang up the phone. And like I say, you got some good callers, so keep up the good work. And like I say, I keep forgetting to tell you that every time I call in, I'm glad you're back on the radio again. And because like I say, this red eye radio garbage that they got on 700 is a waste of time. So at least we got somebody good to listen to, to keep us awake at night, and you do a good job like you did always do. So thanks a lot, Steve, and keep up the good work.
All right, and I did pull up Oklahoma City, and the forecast is for ice tomorrow morning. Not Tuesday morning, but Wednesday morning. So that's that storm that's going to develop today. Maybe icy scenario Wednesday morning. That's the direct forecast for Oklahoma City, and it's mighty cold. Like 19 degrees, high temperature today, only 29, and back down to about 19. So to get the ice, it's going to have to warm up a little bit for your Wednesday morning, but that's the official forecast. All righty, it's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bustrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented Cool Gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
So for those that actually watched the Super Bowl or cared about the Super Bowl, I know it's another one of those, this day and age, half the country could care less. The other half still loves their football. And everybody's entitled. You take your pick. But everybody likes to know how many people tuned in. It was the big game, right? Going about 4 o'clock Monday afternoon. They should have had some numbers by that point in time. 4:20 p.m. They said there was a lot of history made at the Super Bowl last night for Tom Brady. Yeah, the halftime show. But Nielsen ratings is making some history of their own as Americans await on the viewership verdict. It appears at this late hour there's going to be no ratings for the big game anytime soon, for the first time ever. Literally becoming the new definition of the phrase, you had one job. You just had one job. The longtime data measurement company with nothing to report on the 31-9 win of the Buccaneers over the Kansas City Chiefs. Fast affiliate ratings may be available early in the morning, this morning, they're saying. However, one well-positioned network source said that's anyone's guess at this point in time. Then they updated about 30, 40 minutes later, so that was kind of quick. Nielsen does not have any Super Bowl ratings to report today. They do now have something to say about the delay, although it's not much. All they said was Super Bowl numbers are still being processed and verified. A spokesperson for the blushing company finally said, we anticipate final viewing figures, which will include out-of-home viewing, will be available to the media tomorrow, which would be sometime today. We will update the press and the industry according when a final timeline is confirmed, which sounds like more of, we'll let you know when we let you know. But we're not going to tell you why. To which the referee calls foul. Something's amiss. I don't know. Someone posted a funny meme that Sunday night into Monday morning at about 2:30 a.m., there was a late night points dump that came in for Kansas City, and they actually won the game 32-31. Late night points dump. Hello, Chevy Guy.
Well, good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I only watch the Army Navy games. So, the only thing I remember about it, leading up to it, they showed a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed, little tiny female that's going to be the bomber pilot that flew this stealth bomber over the game. I thought, well, great, just let the enemy know that there's things like that. All I could think of is Jessica Lynch, girl from West Virginia, and what they did to her when they got her. So I'm sorry, it just rubs me wrong. Now, I was at the VA yesterday, and yeah, I'm sitting there. I'm first one there. The waiting room starts filling up, and they had some kind of like Bob Vila and stuff like that. Long ago, they quit playing CNN and Fox. Drivers were getting in arguments. We're sitting there, and a fella come in. Now, it turns out to be a good thing. An old boy comes in there, and he just walks right up, changes the channel. Everybody's saying, "Hey," and he didn't say it. He just kept changing it. He turned it over to CNBC. They go sit down. Nobody said anything. I'm not saying anything. But it's Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump did this. We got him on this. He did this crime. He did that crime. And I'm starting to realize something. I'm that little bit of time I watch that mess, I feel more and more comfortable over what, Newsmax, listening to your program, because everything they were saying, I heard about. But I also heard the defense on Trump, and I also heard the truth about Trump, that he everything that he did and he didn't do. I also, did not hear on CNBC about infiltration of, I guess we got the Proud Boys, we got Antifa and BLM. All of them are out to destroy our form of government. It was amazing to me, but think about it. You sit there and you follow that CNBC and CNN, you got them on there telling you all this about we got the president, we're going to impeach him, we got all this evidence, and it blows up in your face. And that's why the news media is so out for blood. I mean, politics, because, he brought up the swamp and showed what they were, but he also challenged the news media and called them what they were, fake news. They weren't really news. They just, they had a bias, and they were trying to control the minds of the American people. So I'm really, I've just a little bit of time watching that. I'm confident because I didn't hear anything. Because I hear on the conservative side, this is what they're accusing Trump of, and this is what the evidence is of his defense. And come to think of it, wouldn't this be a good time now with the second impeachment? Hey, Adam Schiff, if you're up there listening or stumbling in from the bar to home, about this time in the morning, wouldn't this be a good time to bring in that perfect evidence you got of Russian collusion?
Right.
It's your last chance. You said you had it. Interesting. And Maxine Waters, I heard somewhere today, and it sort of, I wish I'd nailed the evidence or who said it. According to Maxine Waters, is walking back her statement about getting in their faces, get into Trump supporters' faces, find them at a store, get in their faces. Mm-hmm. She's trying to walk that back a little bit. And now I've at least 3 or 4 times on conservative, they're replaying Chuck Schumer.
Why did it take her 2.5, 3 years to walk that back? I mean, it's been how long ago that she made those statements?
Well, you know how it goes. We heard it just like Biden pointing at that construction worker and said, "I don't work for you."
Yeah.
They're fact checkers on Facebook. But we all have heard it. So hey, they're Democrats. Nothing makes sense. But Chuck Schumer, man, they've been replaying Chuck Schumer, more or less threatening the court. You reap the wind, now you're going to get the whirlwind. And the Judge Roberts broke tradition he broke in, put out a statement that stuff like that's going to endanger the personnel of the court.
Yeah.
So it's hey, I like I said, that little bit of torment of watching that CNBC, it really gave me more confidence in at least my side, getting both sides of the story. And no, we're I'm sorry. Yeah, you get the Patriot Party. Here's the fact of the matter is Donald Trump and the conservatives, the people, we owned the Republican Party, and the rhinos had to jump in line because they had no place else to go. So I just don't see, if you have the third party, all we're going to do is beat our chests and say we got all these conservatives together, and now the rhinos are down there on third. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, the Democrats are leading us deeper into under the thumb of China and socialism. So I don't, you got to choose your battles. And rhinos are a pimple on the backside of people, but right now China is our threat, and Biden and the Democrats are the bigger threat, because we won't have the freedom to fight the rhinos if we keep this up. Other than that, I'm going to sit back and copy the mail. One other thing, me and Knucklebuster finally had something to agree on.
Oh, yeah?
I do enjoy the bikini volleyball. Problem is, I enjoyed watching the Swedish team better than the American team, because they had long blonde hair, and they were buxom babes. What can I say? Other than that, we're going to sit back in the rocking chair.
Why do you think the ratings for the summer games are so much better? And yes, why do you think so many tune in to watch volleyball in the Summer Olympic Games? Oh, hell yeah. Depending on where the Olympic time, it might be 2 o'clock in the morning. Hell yeah, you sit up and watch that beach volleyball, 2 a.m. I'm locked in, brother. All right, a couple of other industry headlines here. Looks like since September of last year, as we know, the FMCSA has been considering the possibility of this pilot program allowing for teen drivers, 18 to 21, to haul across state lines. Some organizations are behind the possibility. Many not so sure about the safety of this proposed program. It's still in the early planning stages. The American Trucking Association has come out in support, claiming that it would help with the controversial truck driver shortage, which has been exacerbated by the pandemic. We came into the pandemic, they say, with the need to put more men and women in the seats behind the wheels of trucks, shall we say. So we're talking about 400 hours of supervised training on top of that, mentorship on top of that, with 4 safety technologies as a requirement on the equipment. We believe there's a safe enough way to do it, they say. However, a poll conducted by CDL Life said 83% of the 1,000 truck drivers that responded claim they do not support the interstate driving age be lowered to 18, citing both safety and insurance rate concerns, topping the list. Highway safety groups, Parents Against Tired Truckers, say that lowering the truck driver age would have serious safety consequences, both for the young drivers and for others on the roadways with them. They'll die on the highway, and they'll take more of us with them. Russell Swift is the co-chair of Parents Against Tired Truckers. He's the one whose son was killed after slamming into a rig stuck blocking the highway after the driver of that truck apparently made a bad decision to try to make a U-turn. That truck's driver was 17 and not legally allowed to be behind the wheel of that truck. But he said, we're going to be the guinea pigs out on the highways to see if this thing works. Your family, my family, going to be out there with them to see if they can do the job right. All right, we're the ones being tested. Can we get out of his way before they kill us? So the comment period closed back in November. But again, they're still working on a final decision, yay or nay. Are they going to proceed with that? And, of course, we'll let you know when a determination is made. Meanwhile, back to the calls. Hey, what's happening this morning, Gary?
Well, I'm sitting out here on 75 southbound, about a mile from the bridge. Been here about hour and a half. I guess they got the hill shut down.
So you're on the Kentucky, you're southbound.
No, I'm on the Ohio
side. So it's I guess it's shut down. Too many trucks and whatnot. You couldn't get up the hill, I'm guessing.
That's my only guess. I don't know. They say it's not going to open up for another hour to hour and a half from what I heard on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
Just sit here and watch it snow, I reckon.
It's still coming down at a pretty good clip, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. It's coming down good. There's some people, I don't know, the cars got in a hurry and decided to pass everybody in the berms, and their tracks are all covered up now, so. Don't know.
I'm looking here.
All I know is
there's a crash on the other side of the bridge. So, yeah, 71, 75 southbound is shut down. It looks like, let me try to zoom in here. Where's the crash at? It's this is showing there's a crash right there before you get to the bridge. Okay, so no, you're crossing over from Ohio into Kentucky. Yeah, it's showing it's on the Ohio side, but that don't make any sense. Maybe it's actually on the bridge or something.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, I got over. I figured, well, I'll just get over and see if I can get on 471. I can't even get to 470. I can't get to the split. I mean, I don't know what kind of deal they are. I think there's 3 or 4 lanes here, and there's 2 lanes of traffic for some reason. Everybody's sort of sitting right in the middle of everything. like they were blocking. They didn't want them to go by on the left side, so all the trucks decided they was going to be traffic cops tonight, I guess.
You're stuck in, I mean, is it backed up all the way like to Hopple Street, or how far do you know?
I know I got out in the left lane because, like I said, I was going to try and get to 471.
The split, yeah.
The right lane was backed up probably 5 or 6 miles back up through there.
Wow, okay, yeah, what a mess.
I know when I come by the Norwood Lateral, I got over in the left, and traffic was backed up over the right lane, clear back air. That's, 6 miles, 7 miles from the bridge, I think. All I know is 38 days I'll be down south at the racetrack.
At the racetrack? On some dry pavement, hopefully, right?
Yeah, some dry, warm pavement. But now I think the reason I haven't put out any numbers for the ball game and how many people watch it, because the numbers are so low, they're trying to figure out how to pad them to make them look better.
I don't know. I was thinking that should have been pretty good numbers for that game, but who am I to say? I don't know.
Well, I know one thing: you'll not catch me watching another pro ball game.
Oh, you see, and obviously you're listening, you're hearing. There's a lot of drivers out there in that same boat. You know they've kind of given up on them. So
when you've been in the service and they disrespect you that way, I'm sorry, I can't support you.
Okay.
About the only thing I watch is college ball, and if it ever does that, they'll not have to worry about me going back to watching college ball.
Wow.
It's just disrespectful. I wasn't raised that way. I don't have to live that way. People say, get over it. Well, I'm sorry, I don't get over it.
I know there's a lot of veterans that feel that way. I understand where you're coming from. I mean, it's the whole debate of kneeling for the flag. Well, they say they're not disrespecting the flag. They say it's this and that, whatever. But to many veterans out there, it's to them, it's nothing but a slap in the face or disrespect to the flag. That's the way they feel.
Yep,
so.
It's plain and simple. That's what it is. I don't care. Won't do it. Don't have to. You can't make me.
You are 100% correct. You're right.
But I just figured I'd let you know that something going on down here. I don't know. I turned the other radio down.
I mean,
when idiots on there.
When I step out for a break at the top of the hour, I can hear vehicles off in the distance. The tires are spinning. I hear the plows, plowing roads, but I think there's people stuck all over the place out there. No one anticipated as much snow as we're getting here tonight. That's they screwed the pooch on calling this one.
Oh yeah, it's the only job you can have where you can lie all the time and still keep your job.
It's not a lie. It's just there's always some sort of a reason, like there was an upper level disturbance to kind of enhance the snow or something. I've heard those things so many times, but yeah.
Yeah. Just say you messed up and you didn't do it right.
Yeah.
But I'm looking here, like on the bridge embankment right here. They haven't plowed this at all, and there's 6 to 8 inches of fresh snow on top of the concrete barrier here.
Yeah.
But it's nice, fluffy. I know I took the dog out a little while ago back up the road there, and he didn't even want to walk around. He just stood there and took him a leak, and I picked him back up. He wouldn't even walk around in it. He hates his stuff. So. He's something else. But I figured I'd call and let you know about the bridge. But hey, text me your address. I'll send you a calendar of the car. It's got a couple pictures of the car, real nice calendars I had made. But send me where I can send one.
All right, hang on a second. In order to text you, I have to write your number down, Gary. So I'm looking up at the screen here. Hang on a second. I got it. Don't give it on the air.
Oh,
you know? I'm looking at the screen.
I get a lot of calls anyway.
Okay, I got it.
But yeah, okay, yeah. Text me where to send it, and I'll send you a calendar and a frame and everything.
Cool. All right, will do. Well, thank you for checking in. Hopefully, you'll get moving sooner than later. I know the forecaster said at about 2:30 that we were supposed to have another approximately 2 hours of off and on heavy snow. That was like for Cincinnati Direct. Now, there's still another couple of bands of pretty decent snow yet to come through. So,
well, I'm headed to Florida, so I know I'll have it till probably now down around Lexington, I think, is where it.
Yeah, there's some of the snow that's pushing through Louisville, Lexington. There's not a whole lot that far to the south, but once you get further down into Kentucky, I know it's a mess there in northern Kentucky, but I guess give it about an hour or so, and you should be running into dry pavement eventually.
I'll be sitting right here probably in an hour or so.
Well, that'll give him a chance to clean it up further south of you, right? He's probably right for as long as he's been there. And the thing about it is when you get those major miles of backup, when they do finally get the road reopened, it takes an eternity for everybody to get moving again. And more often than not, since everybody's lost so much time and everybody's in a rush, they all start hauling ass, going faster than you should in the conditions. And somebody screws up again. You end up right back where you were. A couple minutes before we wrap things up for another hour here, I might as well throw this your way, because this is another of the big topics of discussion. Joe Biden has been pressing for the $15 per hour minimum wage. What kind of impact might that have on the country? Many people say, well, people that are working full time, may get reduced to essentially part-time as far as the number of hours they work, because if you're only part-time, then you're not entitled to, say, some of the benefits, which are also, the benefits cost money to the employers. Obviously, businesses, small businesses that may have X number of employees may lay off 20% of their staff to counter the increased cost that they're going to incur. What about the number of jobs that might be lost? Well, we've got some numbers that we can pass your way officially from the Congressional Budget Office. Their numbers indicate a $15 federal minimum wage increase, as proposed by the Democrats, would cost 1.4 million jobs by 2025, so within 4 years, and bring 900,000 people out of poverty. It would also increase the federal deficit by $54 billion over a decade. It would drive prices higher for everybody, for the goods and services. Now, it would increase wages for 17 million workers who are right now making less than $15 an hour. The Congressional Budget Office is supposedly a nonpartisan federal agency that look at the effects of proposed fiscal policies. These numbers released this past day. The federal minimum wage has been $7.25 since 2009. Now, are there any businesses that actually pay minimum wage? There may be some, but I mean, even the fast food workers are you're starting at like $10 an hour. Yes, some of the retail outlets, I think Target stores, they actually started. I think they started $15 an hour. So I can understand that maybe the minimum wage should be bumped up to at least 10 or 10.50, but jumping to 15, I don't know. The campaign promise from Joe Biden raised the minimum wage, although he told CBS Sunday he didn't think the bill would survive the COVID-19 relief talks. So I'm prepared to negotiate a separate bill on minimum wage to work my way up from what it is now. But he said nobody should work 40 hours a week and live below the poverty wage. and you're making less than $15 an hour, you're living below the technical poverty wage in this country. Okay, so some of the latest numbers, but costing 1.4 million jobs. Yeah, that's a negative, lifting 900,000 people above the, quote, poverty level. And 17 million people that are out there making less than $15 an hour right now. Okay, final hour just ahead. If you want to jump in, it is 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Getting a good night's sleep while on that long haul can be quite the challenge. That's why Commercial Vehicle Group has partnered with Serta Mattress to bring you the Bostrom plus Serta mattress for the best night's sleep possible while you're on the road. The Bostrom plus Serta mattress, manufactured with Serta's patented cool gel memory foam, acts to dissipate body heat and eliminate pressure points, which reduces the tossing and turning that can be so disruptive to your sleep. The Bostrom Serta mattress comes in 2 thicknesses, 7 and 10 inches, offering support to drivers of all shapes and sizes. The mattress comes in the standard 80-inch length with 4 widths, 32, 36, 39, and 42 inches. For more information on the mattress or where to buy, call us at 800-459-7328. That's 800-459-7328.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, what do you say? Final hour as we work our way into a Tuesday, and a handful of industry headlines to pass your way. Not surprisingly, if you're waiting for some relief at the pump, as far as prices, what are you going to say? Don't hold your breath. We've got a new administration. And for weeks now, we've been watching the prices clicking higher and higher, and this past week was no exception. Only difference is this was a pretty significant jump. A lot of times, if the price goes up a penny or 2 pennies, it's an increase. It can go up a half a cent, and it still goes down in the books as an increase. Not very often do you see jumps of this nature. I mean, as far as the national average, going up somewhere akin to like 7.2 cents per gallon. That was the Midwest, the most significant increase, 7.2 cents per gallon. Wow. We went from 273 a week ago to 280 for the national average this past day. California checks in with the highest diesel price per gallon, where you are now at $3.55 per gallon. Let me see. So we typically look along the East Coast, averaging $2.84, $3 a gallon, and for the Central Atlantic, the Midwest as a whole, $2.74. Gulf Coast, some of your cheapest prices, but they're up to $2.56 per gallon. Then out west, the West Coast, $3.25. California, of course, with the highest price, $3.55 per gallon at the pump. Say, thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. Got less money in my pocket already every week. All right, today kicks off a month-long series of stops in Texas for OOIDA's tour trailer, the Spirit of the American Trucker. I was going to pass on where they were yesterday morning, and I actually had the info from where he was over the past weekend. He was gone already because he's now, John Osborne, that is at the Petro in El Paso, Texas, at the Horizon Boulevard exit off I-10. That's exit 37. 290 tractor-trailer parking spaces there. There's some bad news for getting a sit-down meal, though. The full-service Iron Skillet restaurant is open, according to the website. Let me see here. If it's open, that doesn't make sense. Bad news for getting a sit-down meal because the full-service Iron Skillet restaurant is open. If it's open, you should be able to sit down and get a meal. Okay, whatever. That's something's confused there. One of the many claims to fame, though, for El Paso, a top one for the professional truck drivers, is the fact that it's where the first self-service truck stop opened in 1975. And it's right there where John is, that particular Petro station. Rip Russell and an investor, Jack Caldwell, opened the Petro with 12 self-serve islands and a computerized sales center. Now, they said back in 1976, the new self-serve truck stop was doing twice the business of another truck stop that Caldwell's company owned, which was the full-service El Paso truck terminal. Lower prices, drawing drivers to the self-serve novelty, where you could save 3 to 5 cents a gallon on a fill-up of 100 gallons. You save $3 to $5 in 1976. The new Petro had clean showers. It was not congested. Not only had a brand new Iron Skillet restaurant, but also a Western clothing store, a trucker supply store, a trucker's rest area. They had the game room, the laundromat. This was like top notch for back in the day. Back in the 70s, truck drivers weren't treated with much respect or understanding by truck stop operators, they say. While they took money for fuel, truck stops didn't offer personal amenities that might have made the drivers' lives a little easier. Better food, adequate parking. In 1975, when we started Petro, we put in private showers. Hey, guess what? People liked that. The showers were cleaned after every use. People also liked that. They liked the parking. They liked the movie rooms. Every time we took a survey, we had the #1 restaurant in the truck stop industry, he said. So Cardwell built his company to have 69 truck stops in 33 states. He sold most of the company to Travel Centers of America back in 2007. So the next several days, that's where you will find, actually through the 11th. So this Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. El Paso, Texas. Now back to the calls, and hey, good morning, Philip.
Morning, bud. How you doing?
Snowed in.
Well, I'm fogged in down here, man. We got less than a mile down here where I'm at.
Really?
It's been nasty. It's been nasty for a while, ever since I left the house. You were talking about the minimum wage earlier.
Yes.
The $15 that Biden wants to get in. We voted in to get that down here in Florida. And I don't know, do you remember that last year? We voted that in.
I do kind of remember that, yeah. What has the impact been? Have people lost jobs, or are you seeing higher prices? What are you seeing?
Well, I'm going to tell you what, I don't think there is much impact at all. And the reason why is, instead of just saying we're going to give everybody $15 right away, Florida spread it out over 3 years.
Okay.
So it's a gradual increase. But the problem that we have down here, Steve, and if anybody wants to move to Florida, I'll let you know right now, if you want to make $1 million, it's not going to happen if you're going to be just in a regular job, be a regular Joe. It's not going to happen because we're a right-to-work state. And that's the reason a lot of these big companies came down here years ago, like Disney and a bunch of other ones, is because of our right-to-work status. And it's our wages were way behind for many years. Still are, comparatively. I mean, it's just like Illinois. I think Illinois is their minimum wage is $8 an hour, somewhere around in there. I don't know how anybody can live on $8 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
I know I got a real good friend that just went to work at an auto parts store as just a counter person, and he's making $9.28 an hour just on a general auto parts store behind the counter. I just don't know how you can live on that. I mean, we at Disney, we voted our contract in because even Disney was way behind the curve. I mean, a lot of these companies have not taken into account the rate of inflation over the years. And it's just, well, we'll give you a cost of living raise. It's like 4%. Well, when you're not making nothing, your 4% is nothing. So do you see where I'm coming from on that, bud?
I do.
And that's the problem that we have. I mean, a lot of employers, especially employers that make a lot of money, like I work for 2 of them, and they need to step up. You know, I mean, I hate to say it, but I know your budget starts with your labor. If your labor costs more, you're going to have to charge more at price. I understand that, but you've got to make it to where people can afford to live. I mean, it's just hard. I mean, my hours have been cut at Disney even pre-COVID, where our hours were still cut. We were below 40. I mean, our rate is between 32 and 40 hours an hour, or 40 hours a week, excuse me. At Walmart, where I work at part-time, they do not keep anybody over 40. So there is no overtime at Walmart. If you see a lot of those people at Walmart, they're all below 40 hours.
Okay.
And they want to keep it that way. When they get close to 40 hours, they'll send them home. That's the way it works. And at Disney, they just schedule us anywhere between 32 and 40. But here lately, it's been about 35, 33, 35 hours, somewhere around in there.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to do 2 jobs to maintain a decent living. And that's probably what it's going to end up being. It's going to be a lot of people working like me, 2 jobs. I work 7 days a week. I've been doing it for months. So it's one of those things that you have to adjust for. But if you look in trucking, it's the same way in trucking. I mean, how many guys come out of truck school and they're out there on that road, 4 or 5 months, 6 months before they get a day off? It's the same thing. It's just in a different area. You know what I mean? So that's pretty much what it is for me. The $15 an hour, I want to see it. I would like to see it, but it should be gradual. It shouldn't be right at $15 because of COVID. Obviously, we got business. We don't put everybody out of business. So, but that's all my thoughts on that one is, Bud. Do you know when the next launches are what? The 14th and the 15th, I think?
I believe so.
So, and we're getting ready down here for hurricane season, so anybody's living in Florida, they better get their stuff now. Let's get all prepped up before June comes. And that driver was talking about coming to the track. It's hot down here this week. I mean, we're going to be up in the 80s this week. So come on down. We're glad to see you. So that's all I got to say today, Bud.
All right, and I see your
You
fog.
have a good one.
Your fog. I mean, the fog advisories are pretty much. It looks like the entire southern half of the state. They've got everything from about Daytona Beach all the way down to the Keys. Fog advisories.
Yeah, I'm getting down close into downtown Orlando, and it's broke up pretty good. It's probably about 5 miles down here now. But when I was up in Deltona just a little while ago, you couldn't see 2 foot in front of you. It was crazy. It was bad. It was bad. So, but that's all I got to say, Bud. Thanks for the help, and you have a good one, man.
You got it. Thank you much, Philip. I'm looking at your launch schedule there. Man, they still haven't been able to get that Starlink 17 off the ground. It's the one that was delayed and delayed and delayed. We're going from all the way back to January 29th. So it was slated for that morning, then the 30th, 31st, 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 7th. And here we are, the 9th. So it's slates here to be determined. Now, there is a launch scheduled for Friday. Let's see, that'd be 12:25 a.m. Eastern Time. This is going to be the next Falcon 9 launch. The 20th batch of about 60 satellites for the Starlink mission. Then he was mentioning several launches additionally. These would be the Russian launches, the 14th and 15th. They've got launches slated there from the Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan. So some of the latest. Yeah, but I don't know what the deal is with that Starlink 17. All right, what are we looking at here? About 18 past the hour. And hello there, Knucklebuster.
Thanks for taking me back a second time, Mr. Steve Summers. $7.25 an hour. I'm in the wrong business then. That's what I need to be getting paid. Make more money that way. It pays by the hour, right?
Oh, there you go.
Well, that song that guy was talking about was Come Around to Mama's Way of Thinking. I don't think so. I like that song. You got to stand for something. You'll fall for anything. You got to be your own man, not a puppet on a string. And I would fire John Deere with a front end loader there for moving that snow out of the way, man. That's better than that poor man's backhoe you don't own as a shovel there.
Yeah.
I don't shovel no snow. I just get that 850 John Deere out and fly it all out of the way there, right? I got a couple of suggestions for you for special guest there. Jennifer Nettles, she'd be one of them. You get her to call in after midnight some night, and that'd be a good thing. Alan Jackson would be another. That'd be two good Georgia people there we could talk to for a second, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that tax refund that they keep calling, or the stimulus money, that ain't nothing but giving you your tax money back. That's all that is. That ain't no handout to nobody. That's, if you pay taxes in, then they just giving you a tax rebate so that you can survive this thing here. Oh, and while I'm thinking about it, you need to trade that caddy in and get you a four-wheel drive pickup, brother. One of them bow-tie pickups there. That way you be able to just drive anywhere you want to, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you could start playing Alan Jackson and Hank Williams Jr. and all that out stereo, and you'd be right up alley with the rest of us rednecks, right? All right, Steve, that's all of my baloney. I think I'll let somebody else get a call in there for you, the loneliest hour.
All right. Yeah, that's...
Have a great, blessed day, Steve.
You are right. This would be the one. This would be the lonely hour. I'm looking at some of the photos coming in from all over the Southwest Ohio, Northern Kentucky, Southeast Indiana area, where, again, the initial forecast was for a couple inches of snow. No one until I'm seeing people with 7 and 8 inches piled up. Pretty incredible. Let's see. Zach just said, I'm stuck on 71 North in Cincinnati. A Doughboy sent me a couple of messages about 75 southbound. It is indeed, he said, closed at the cut in the hill. Trucks can't get up the hill. All right, kind of figured that was the issue. Doughboy said, I'm going to quit driving a truck and become a meteorologist. I live in Burlington, Kentucky, and I swear we had 7 inches on top of my car when I left for work at 12:30 this morning. That's a little bit more than the 1 or 2 that they had forecast for you, right? Oh, boy. All right. So I am going to actually do a quick phone reset because we had that issue with the first hour of the program. But
we are sorry, but the show...
I've had to turn that down. Shut up, Dad. We're sorry. Phones will be reset momentarily. And you can dial us up and get us through to the top of the hour. Give us the very latest at 844-3388. I am Steve Sommers with the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, still snowing out there. Good times. Yeah, many in this region of the country. Like I said, last winter was almost a no-go. We didn't really have any big snow events. I'll be curious when all is said and done where this one racks up with snowfalls that we've seen in recent years. It's been a while since we've got this much out of one particular system. Let's see. Pictures coming in from the Love's truck stop, I-71 at exit 65 in Jeffersonville. To which he says, it's going to be a long night from out here. He posted this like 6 hours ago. UPS driver says, I hardly have any weight on, and it's slicker than snot out here. All right, yeah, be careful. I wonder what it looks like now, though, versus 6 hours ago. I get back up to the callers here, and I think we got Happy Pappy. What's happening?
Steve, what's going on, man?
How happy are you this morning?
Oh, I just got home, got that uniform off. Let me tell you, man, these roads are jacked up. I don't know if you got my text I sent you. I tried calling once or twice, but the lines were busy. 275 at the 18-mile post right before you go into Indiana on the Ohio side.
Okay.
we had a 10-car pileup. That highway was shut down for like 3 hours. Right now, as we speak, there's a semi jackknifed coming across Indiana into Ohio, eastbound on 74. So that'd be about the 1 mile post just right there by New Haven out here in Harrison. So
Okay.
I think last I heard that was shut down. I don't know if they got a lane open. I think they got to call a hook for that big old boy that's jackknife up there. And why he's out driving in this, I don't know, man. But, Hamilton County's on level 1.
Level 1. It sounds like earlier there was, I know 75 south, like at the cut in the hill's been shut down for a while. Is that, is that still shut down that you're aware of, or?
That I do not know.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't listened to haven't had radio on or anything, just been dealing with my stuff out there. But,
Gotcha. Yeah. So
that's over in, over in Kentucky.
How was your drive
hear that.
home? I mean, I guess you had, what's the flow of traffic doing? 25 mile an hour or something, or what?
Yeah, it's about 30 miles an hour, 40, maybe tops on the interstates. I mean, ODOT's been out there. They've been out there hitting it all night, but I'll tell you what, they're just covered. I don't know what the deal is. I guess, I think we got about 5 to 6 inches.
Okay.
I mean, so we got hit, but I mean, it's not like, it's that bad. It's just like they couldn't, stay on top of it. I mean, the county too. I mean, the roads are just a mess, man. I don't know, what the heck happened. I guess it just come down to the steady lick,
It kept coming all night long. Yeah. I mean, there is light at the end of the tunnel. It will be winding down here in the next couple of hours, I guess, but the damage has been done. What do you think that morning commute in the Cincinnati tri-state area is going to be this morning? It's going to be a mess.
Man, I'll tell you what, if you can hunker in and stay in and, maybe by 10, 11 o'clock, they might have things cleared up a lot better. If you can go in late, I would recommend it. I haven't got the phone call for Southwest Local, but I can tell you there ain't going to be no school today.
Yeah.
But I have not actually received that phone call from them yet. So that's the scoop. Just wanted to touch bases with you and try to fill you in. Try to fill everybody in. That's what's going on here if you're local anyway.
I guess for a lot of the kids and whatnot who otherwise would get a snow day, be going out and hitting the slopes and getting their toboggans and their sleds out. In most cases now, I think they just say, well, we're going to do a remote learning today. So get your computers out, kids. Doggone it.
What's the world come to?
Yeah, I don't even get a snow day.
What's the world come to when you can't even go sledding on a snow day, man? Yeah, that's what they're going to tell them. Get the computers out. Do your work.
Okay. Well, thanks for checking in. Glad you made it safely through the night.
Yes, sir. Talk at you later.
All right. It's a mess. And he's been out there patrolling the streets all night long. And from about the time the snow started, technically. All right, let me jump from there on over to probably where the weather's like, 75, 80 degrees, a beautiful evening.
Oh, no, the sun's gone down, so it's, I've just checked, it's 71.
Oh, down to 71, so, darn.
Right, it's bad, it's really bad. And it's so funny because Susan hates the cold, air quotes. And when it gets to 20 degrees here, which is 20 degrees Celsius, which is 67 Fahrenheit, it's cold.
Cold. Wow.
It's cold. Yes, it's cold. In fact, I'm going to go turn the light on for her because she's going to be home soon. And then we're going to go for a walk on the beach. It's a rough life.
You guys live there right close to a beach? Is that?
Oh, yeah. We can walk to the beach easily from here. It's about... it's less than a mile, and we walk to the beach from here. So go have a cup of coffee because the little cafes along the beach, and it's a rough life.
Yeah, that's truly living in paradise then, huh?
Let me tell you. Yeah, so I love to talk about minimum wage and what it does to the cost of living, because the left in the States, it's so funny because I hear them come over here and they go, oh, everything's so expensive in Australia. Well, it is. Everything is very expensive in Australia. And that's because your minimum wage for the most basic thing, a 16-year-old who's getting paid half wage is still getting $13 an hour. Yeah, $12, $13 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You get someone working full time. And who was it that was talking about it just a moment ago? I think it was Philip saying how he's got to work 2 jobs to maintain his standard of living. Guess what, man? It's that way over here. Husband and wife, to afford a house over here, to buy a house, both have to have very good paying jobs, and both have to make really good money. So my son and his wife both are on a wage that most Americans their jaws would drop. My son last year made over $138,000, right? And that was because he didn't work that much overtime. He cut back on his overtime. And he also was injured for a period of time, so he couldn't work extra. My daughter-in-law makes not quite that much. I think she made 112,000 Australian last year. Now, even if you do a straight conversion from U.S. to Australian, that's 250,000 Australian, right? So $250,000 Australian converted to U.S. is about 180,000 U.S.
Wow.
And my son doesn't work. Well, my son's not like a doctor or anything. Like, he works at a paper plant. He's a machine operator. My my daughter-in-law is a real estate property manager, and she's had a couple of pretty good. She's actually gotten a pay raise this year. But now that sounds all well and good, but then when you step up to I used to use what I called the Coca-Cola scale. How much you paying for a Coke when you go to Walmart or even a convenience store? What are you paying for like a 20-ounce Coke nowadays?
It depends on whether you get it out of the vending machine. I mean, vending machine like $1.50. You still get your like 3 6-packs for like $10, at the grocery store.
Yeah. So if you go to the grocery store or a convenience store, you're paying, what do you reckon? Maybe as much as $1.85, the highest. You think? So, like I said, I've got what I call the Coca-Cola scale. You go to a convenience store in Australia and you're paying $4.50 for a 20 milliliter Coke, 20 ounce Coke. $4.50.
Wow.
So, when you start looking at the price of fuel and you start working out, and a big part of this is, look, this is what's going to happen over there. All right. So when I was a restaurant manager over there, I had guys that I was paying $15 an hour. That was really good money. Over here, I tell them, I was paying $15 an hour. They're like, oh, that's slave wages. But they don't get that it's so much cheaper to live there. So Susan and I are looking at buying a house. And the houses that we're looking at right now are about, hope you're sitting down, which I know you are because I can see you, about $800,000 for a really simple, basic house. I am not kidding.
That's insane.
It is absolutely ludicrous how expensive stuff is over here. I could sell my 60 Series Land Cruiser, my 1988 60 Series Land Cruiser, for $12,000 to $15,000 right now, because that's what people pay for them. But then again, they're also making great money. It's just stupidly expensive, and that's exactly what's going to end up happening in the States. And then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, because then you're paying so much in wages, so everybody has to be able to be paid more just to survive. And then the government steps in and helps with subsidies for the people that aren't making so much money. And then because of that, they have to take more money in taxes to be able to pay. And because of that, then they have to do this, and then they have to do, it is just absolutely insane.
So it's a vicious cycle.
circle.
Yeah, that goes on and on and on. So I mean, technically, you put the minimum wage up, but then the cost of living goes up to where you're essentially then the basic poverty level goes up, and you're still there then.
Right, exactly. So there's no real movement. It becomes artificial. And Margaret Thatcher said it best. In a socialist society, someday it's all well and good, but someday you run out of other people's money.
Bingo.
Because that's what socialism is. And that's what's happened over here. Now, don't get me wrong. There's some people here that work their butts off for what they've got. My son and his wife have worked their butts off and have done really well. I'm very proud of them. But my grandchildren, I'm worried about what they're going to be able to do. The kids that I'm working with right now, I worked with this kid who's 16 years old at my other store, and he was a fantastic worker, just a great guy. But I said to him, Finn, seriously, think about this. How much money do you have to earn to buy a house today? He said, well, I don't really know. I said, well, today, to be able to buy a reasonable house, you're going to have to pay $800,000 for that house. And he was just shocked. And these are on postage stamp size yards. And he was shocked. I said, okay, how many hours a week do you have to work to be able to earn that? And he said, well, I better find myself something to do to be able to make that kind of money. I said, well, you're not going to earn it doing this. You're not going to earn it, being a tradesman, which is very different here than it is there, where you can walk into Home Depot, buy some tools, and suddenly you're a builder. They have the government stepping in and saying, well, you have to be licensed, so you have to go through this, you have to do that, et cetera, et cetera. So be careful for all those lefties out there, Mr. Morales and all you guys who are so pro-Biden and his ideologies and all those other lefties. Be careful what you wish for, because I'm living in your future. Your future is a future where you can't afford to pass gas without getting taxed on it, because they've got to get the money from something and somewhere.
Yep.
When you're paying, give you an example. My wife uses premium in her car, right? It has now gone up to $1.56 a liter. Now multiply by that by 3.8, and that's a gallon. Okay, so I'm trying to do the math real quick.
You're pushing $5, right?
No, that's over $5, right?
Okay.
3.8. That's almost. It's getting close to 7.5, right? So, but then we got to do the conversion. All right. Pardon me while I do math. Times that equals. So that's $6.16, right? But currently the U.S. exchange rate is about 75 cents, right? Right. I went the wrong way. Sorry. It's actually divided by 0.75. No, times 0.75. So right now it's $4.61 US right now for a gallon of premium. But that's not the most expensive. That's some of the most expensive fuel. I mean, sure, California is $3 something for diesel right now.
Yeah.
I saw diesel for $1.26 today, a liter. So that's $3.59. So it's about California prices. So I'm telling you, people, I'm living in your future, because you've got the limp-wristed left that is deciding to fund all of their pet programs and steal from those who work their butts off to be able to earn a good living, and giving to everybody else. You don't want it. I mean, I make good money. Don't get me wrong. I'm happy with my, $25 plus an hour.
But the stage has been set, though. I mean, Joe Biden has just been inaugurated, so we're stuck with Joe and or Kamala for the next 4 years, and I predict we'll probably damn near be there by the time those 4 years have come and gone. Hey, thanks for checking in from the land down under there, Sylvester. Appreciate it. Larry, what's happening this morning?
Well, good morning. I wanted to give you a weather report from Louisville, but I was calling while you introduced your last guest, and I was worried for a minute. I thought he was from Connecticut. I was hearing those numbers for housing. Like, oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
Interesting take on the Canadian border people. But in Louisville, I just left Lanesville, Indiana. I have a little bit of a dusting on my pickup truck, but the roads are wet. It's about 28 degrees, and all through I just got on the radio with some of my guys out in Louisville, and they're saying the same thing, that the roads are wet, the overpasses are very slick because of the temperature, but we're not seeing the snow that you guys are seeing. When I first got up this morning, I heard you talking about the cut in the hill, and I'm like, wow, looked out the window, and I had nothing.
Well, the pictures coming in from this region, I mean, from here, I mean, from northern Kentucky, I mean, a lot of photo. I'm guaranteeing a lot of people saw 8+ inches out of this thing.
I don't think Cincinnati has seen that much snow since 1977.
I don't know when. I don't know. I mean, it's been at least 10 years since we've. I'm sure that they're going to go back and dig up in the records when we saw a snow like this from one system. It's been a long time.
I was switching subject for a minute, listening to Phil, and you may recall I told you when I was down in Florida, I was hiring Class A semi-drivers with experience, anywhere from $12.50 to $14.50 an hour, and I couldn't believe that. At the same time, similar people in the Cincinnati market was making anywhere from $18 to $22 an hour. Now it's even higher in the northern part. Now, I don't know what Florida is right now, but the cost of living in Florida is very different. You're not paying a state income tax, which is, okay, at what, 2.5% or something like that. So it's not, a big gift, but it is different. Now, when you're living in the cities, such as Miami, Orlando, the housing prices are higher. But I purchased a house in DeLand, Florida, for about $125,000. That if that same house was here in the Midwest here, would have been probably around 200, 210. And just very, very different demographics depending on where you go in the state. Now, DeLand is 35 minutes from Orlando, about 25 minutes from Daytona. So it's right in the middle on I-4 there. So it's a pretty nice community. But the pricing all across the country, my brother-in-law lives in Phoenix, Arizona, and Scottsdale, and the house he lives in is listed at somewhere in the neighborhood of $550,000. If you took his house and put it in Coleraine Township, you would be lucky to get $85,000 for it. It's just crazy the way the demographics are different in different areas of our country. Now, plug in that $15 an hour that Biden is talking about, and I can't even imagine the numbers you were talking about earlier about the people that's going to lose their job. I think it's probably even going to be higher than that.
Yeah.
Because it's just, I can't imagine going to McDonald's or any place like that where the wages are typically lower. I hate to throw McDonald's under the bus, but where the wages are typically lower, and now they're going to go to $14 an hour. So what's the price of a Big Mac going to be at that point? What's the price of a shirt from Target going to be at that point? Everything is going to go up exponentially. So at the end of the day, what have you gained?
It's exactly what Sylvester was just explaining. I mean, I see, people post the actual menu from McDonald's from like 1978 or whatever, when you can get a cheeseburger for I think it was 39, 40 cents or something. A milkshake was, 50 cents or something. I mean, I remember going up, if I had a $1 bill, I could actually get a hamburger, small fry, and a vanilla shake. So, less than $1. Well, that's not the case anymore.
Are you on Facebook? Remember Coleraine, when there's been so many comments about back in the day, the different restaurants we had in Northbrook there. We had a place called Golden Point. you could get a hamburger, cheeseburger for 15, 25 cents.
Wow.
And it was a decent hamburger, you know. So all the places back in those days, you know, obviously come and gone. But now, just imagine doubling the hourly wage for all those workers with a snap of a finger. That's crazy. What he was saying, what did he say? I'm living in your future.
Yes.
And then what did he say? That was it Margaret Thatcher? I love that quote. I couldn't remember it though. Some point you get tired of, or you run out of spending other people's money.
Socialism works until you run out of other people's money. I think that was what it was.
Yeah, that's a great quote, man. I'm gonna have to remember that one. But Steve, I just wanted to give you a little weather report from the bourbon country, and hopefully we don't get any more than what we've already gotten here by sunup. But sounds like Cincinnati's getting their butt kicked.
It's going to be a fun morning for the traffic guys and gals. And, of course, first responders. I mean, as the highways start packing out and all that, you know, it's a mess in this town when all it has to do is rain, and everybody goes crazy. Start wrecking. But be interesting to see what they end up with this morning. What do you say, Big Moose? Are you back on the road?
Yeah, I come down here. I was bumming around these 2 lanes over here in Indiana, trying to get around that mess down there in Cincinnati and 74 down there. Everybody's driving like they lost their minds, and you know. But it ain't no thing but a chicken wing. Hell, I just bobtailed through the Rockies not 72 hours ago, so I ain't worried about it.
Okay. Yeah, but you're the veteran out there, though. You've been there, done that.
Well, I think it's at this point I'm not really concerned about it, because if I slide off into a bridge and bump my old well at this point. That's what I was telling my kid the other day. He said, "What are you gonna do when they put them autonomous trucks on the road?" I said, "I tell you what, I got a good mind to do. Gas this old 60 series up and run it right up Tesla's ass at about 70 miles an hour. Right? What a way to go, right?"
There you go. Oh, boy.
Yeah, I just trying to get everything squared away. I slept all day yesterday. I missed you last night. And I hate to hear about Elvis. Ruby called me there Monday. I hate her Sunday, I guess it was, Sunday night. I hated that.
Yeah, I was surprised. I thought he was doing better. I mean, I knew he had COVID, you know, about a month ago, but I thought he was out of the hospital doing all right. And the weird thing was that he actually sent me a couple of messages about a week ago saying, "Hey, how you doing?" And boom, then you come to find out he's gone. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, pneumonia is some bad stuff, you know. And that COVID on top of it, you know, doesn't sound like a very good combination. But, hey, I heard a funny the other day. I want to share it with you. I thought it was a pretty good one. Can you name the 2 most famous guys that were shot in the back of the head in a theater?
Abraham Lincoln.
That's one.
And who?
The guy sitting directly in front of Pee Wee Herman.
Oh, look out.
Oh. Well, Confucius say, "Woman who sit on ground have peace on earth." And with that, I'll say, keep it between the spotted and the solid, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
All right. Glad you made it safe back from your big trip out there. I did get the message from Tater and Sweet Pea that I guess yesterday they were taking his truck up to the cat dealer. Is that what it was? All right. I pulled up my my little messenger page. I'm not sure whoever it was that had called earlier. Still sitting in the same spot. I'm guessing that might be Gary, because he had checked in earlier. Been sitting up there forever and a day. Let's see. 75 South, backed up to Mitchell Avenue. All right, that's from the Ohio River. So that was about an hour ago when he sent me that message. Let's see. Google showing traffic shut down on I-95 northbound near Fayetteville, North Carolina. Can you give us any updates? And yeah, we know that, as Pappy mentioned, Hamilton County under a level 1 snow emergency, interstate side streets snow covered. And, okay. 275 in Ohio with the state line in Indiana did get reopened after being shut down for several hours. What are you saying, like a 10-car pileup they had over there? All right, going to be a fun morning for the morning rush in this town. Yes, Knucklebuster.
Hey, thanks for taking me back, Mr. Steve Summers. My memory's fine, just my recall sucks. I had a question I forgot to ask. What does the National Weather Service consider snow flurries? I mean, how many inches?
Just flurries?
Yeah, just flurries. I thought I read at one time it was anywhere from 0 to 6 inches, so you're just getting snow flurries up there this morning. Right?
Yeah, people are saying, our forecast yesterday should have been 1 to 10. Yeah, anywhere from 1 to 10, that's what we got.
Oh, well, you got a little more than flurries then, right? And I remember going to the movies with $1, getting a bag of popcorn, a bag of plain M&Ms, and a drink, and still having a nickel in my pocket. And them Crystal and / White Castle burgers used to be a dime a piece. So.
Wow.
But they ain't that anymore. So, I don't know, but my gas was below $2 when President Trump was in office. Now it's $2.25, $2.50 now that Doofus Magoo's in office. So anyway, you better wind this thing up so you kick it in the big hole and gouge on it and take it on to the yard.
All right, thank you much.
It's quitting time.
It's almost here. I'm looking at let's see, the updated snow totals from the National Weather Service office out of Wilmington. Now, let me see here. This is like 12:45 a.m. I guess this was what they were when they upgraded their anticipated totals in areas from like Osgood to Brookville over in Indiana through Cincinnati, like Hamilton and Butler County on up into Wilmington. They were all in the 6 to 8 zone. And I think we've seen that maybe some areas maybe a little bit more. But that's the zone that just ended up right in that swath, a long line of snow that just kind of trained over the same areas for hours and hours and hours. And that's why we've seen the snowfall totals climbing like they did. Real quick, let me see here. Yes, Horst Feathers, you're going to wrap it up for us. What you got?
All right, Your Honor. Hey, Heatwave was talking there that they played that Black National Anthem there in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
What's going to happen when we go to the Olympics? Are they going to have to play the Black National Anthem for the black athletes and the other national anthem for the white athletes and the Italian anthem for the Italian? How's that going to work for the U.S. there? Are they going to play all those different anthems?
I'm guessing since it's played in for the next games will be in another country. I'll assume it's just going to be like it always was. The national anthem of the home country is what they'll be playing, right? But I wouldn't be surprised if they start pushing for that one of these days. And Sylvester said, the quote, Larry, from Margaret Thatcher, is the problem with socialism is that you eventually run out of other people's money. The problem with socialism. You eventually run out of other people's money. That's right. There's only so much to go around, and redistribution can only go so long. And when everybody's broke, there's nothing left to redistribute. All right. Thanks so much for being with us. Come back here at the midnight hour, and we'll do it all over again. We'll be making our way into a Wednesday. Hey, guess what that means? We'll be hearing from Mike, Hump Day, as we like to call it. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Above, 'cause everything looks better from above. And nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.